Thank you very much. I hereby call the regular meeting of the Madera City Council to order at 6:00 p.m. The council will be open to the public. The meeting will also be available for the public viewing and participation through Zoom. Members of the public may also observe the live stream meeting on the city's website at www.madera.gov/live. Members of the public may comment on the agenda items at the meeting or remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833. Enter ID 867-0113-5155. Number sign. Comments will also be available via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov or by regular mail at 205 West 4th Street, Madera, California, 93637. Alicia, will you take roll, please?
Mayor Garcia is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Councilmember Montes?
Here.
Councilmember Mejia?
Here.
And Councilmember Villegas?
I'm here.
Thank you. Pastor Leach, would you please come forward from the Valley Christian Center? He will.
Valley West Christian Center. But but you're close enough,
Okay,
west, east, whatever. But I'm here in Madeira.
That's all right.
Thank you so much.
Praise God. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Acting Mayor. I just wanted to say first, I have Bible studies tonight, and I wanted to be here a little bit longer through more of your meeting. And I'm so sorry that I'm going to have to take off and go. But you know something? Those guys that are part of the Madera Food Bank, they are outstanding. I know they're getting an award today, and they are just, I've watched them work. We've been working with them for 100 years. Well, maybe almost that long. But it has been such a joy to have them, and they are such a wonderful people. And so I wanted to say that before my prayer because, they're very important. And council members, I just want to thank you for all of your support too, all through the years. So we stand and we're going to pray. All these Boy Scouts, that's great too. Our Heavenly Father, tonight we give you thanks that we can come together as a city and we can uphold the workings of this community, and we can again acknowledge you to lead and guide and direct us tonight. We give you thanks for the dedicated servants of this community. We thank you for each and every one as they work hard and they give of their utmost, their entire life for the service of this community. We again ask your blessings over this community. We pray that you will continue to watch over it. We pray your prosperity over our community. We pray your health and your strength over all of the employees. Lord, tonight we ask you to bless this meeting, and we pray that in your name. Amen.
Amen. Now may we have our troop, our Boy Scouts come. Troop 116, Miss Stone, please come and lead us in the flag salute. Just like to gather on around with you.
May you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States.
The flag show. There we go. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I know, huh? The first 15 minutes are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may,
I'm sorry.
if we can go to the approval of the agenda first.
Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Yes, may we please have approval agenda?
I would like to have my colleagues entertain a motion to move E1 to the front, please.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
So to clarify, the motion is to approve the agenda with the amendment to move E1 to the beginning of the agenda.
I can motion that. I was going to see if my colleagues were going to entertain that.
And would you want that before, even at public comment or after public comment?
We usually put it, Hilda, right at C, before C begins. Thank you. So I do motion to approve the agenda as presented and to move E1 to the beginning of our business today.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Alicia, would you call roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes. Motion passes.
Okay. Okay, now back to business. Public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be asked, but not required, to identify themselves and state the subject of their comment. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold the comment until the item is called. Comments on items listed at public hearing or on the agenda should be held until the hearing is open. The council is prohibited by law for taking action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and not adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to the public comment. Do we have any written comments?
Have no written public comment.
Mark?
And there's no one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have anyone in the council chambers wishing to speak on public comment?
Seeing none, hearing none, we shall move right along. This is a fun time, especially to me. But anyway, we have our presentations, and we have our first presentation that will be going to Ryan McWhorter and to the food bank. Is Ryan present? And the members of the have you and anyone else from the food bank to come, please?
Yes.
Come on.
Hi, good. How are you doing?
It's you down the floor. Mr. McWhorter, correct?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
And Madera Food Bank, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank you guys from me, from the bottom of my heart, because you guys are amazing. You do such great work. You come, you provide anytime we call, and you're always on point. So I thank you. The city of Madera City Council, certificate of recognition presented to Ryan McWhirter, Madera County Food Bank, in recognition of your ongoing efforts and commitment to serving our community, presented this day, the 21st of September, 22, by our Mayor, Santos Garcia, Mayor, City of Madera. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Well, I can't tell you how thrilled we are to accept this recognition. It's about time. No. But no, on a serious note, this says Ryan McWhirter on here, but it's my whole staff that makes this happen, and our volunteers, and the work that we've been able to do over the last 12 years. We've just really poured in this community, but the community has also poured into us. And I could see some faces here, and you guys have been supporters of ours, and we've just really grown, and we're about to take it to another level as we've outgrown our place. And if you don't know, and if you haven't heard, we are about to build a new facility, and we bought land. And so we are moving on that right now. And so we're very excited about that. And the numbers are growing. And so there's many people in need. And so we just want to continue to thank our city council, our county, our donors, everybody who supported us through this whole effort.
So much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And may we have you?
And Ryan, do you have a board member in the audience?
I do actually. I just saw me smack me on the head, Victor Montez over there. And, our board is great. We have a great board of directors that support us completely, but they're not just showing up to the meetings, but they're active too. I mean, they show up for the events, and it's important. So we appreciate that.
Anyone else would like to give a shout out to the food bank? Well, may we please have
Madam Pro Tem, I will, if you don't mind. And I just want to, again, congratulate Ryan and his staff alongside the board. Since I've been here in the city of Madera, and since I've seen you take that position, this food bank has really grown to serve its purpose, and that's serving the community of Madera, the county of Madera. And for that, just congratulations on the recognition, well deserved. And also with all of your board and your staff, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Yeah, Victor, you want to come up too? Victor's been on our board for 8 years now. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nobody wants to sit in front.
It's always great to recognize someone that has really put forth effort and just been able to just give back to the community and to reach out to each and every one. So a special thank you once again to Ryan McWhirter and the food bank. Thank you very much. Our next presentation comes from the San Joaquin River Western Reaches Access Activation, WRAAP. And the presentation is by Sandra Celadon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm a little short, so I'll stand on my tippy toes.
And also Sheila, please forgive me if I don't say it correctly. Hakapamor?
Close. Hakimi.
Oh, well, there we go. Thank you so
It
much.
happens all the time. It's not your fault.
Okay, very good. We're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sandra Celedon. I'm with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. I'm joined here by my colleague Sheila Hakimi-Poor with Urban Diversity Design. And online, we have our colleague Peter Trio, who's with WRT, as well as with John Shelton, who's the Executive Officer for the San Joaquin River Conservancy. And we're really excited to be here to present the Western Reaches Access Activation Project, or WRAP for short, a project that we believe will benefit Maderans greatly once it goes into, once it's fully completed. So we know that we have a very limited time. We know you guys have a very packed agenda. So I'm gonna pass it over to my colleague, Peter, who will go through a very brief presentation about the project, and then we'll be available for questions after.
Great, thank you. Peter?
Great, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Cool, I'm just gonna share my screen. Let me know if everyone can see that.
Not yet. There we go.
Okay, great. Yeah, just want to reiterate, thanks for having us. We're really excited just to share some of the work that we've been up to over the past year, just next door to y'all on the San Joaquin River. And so I'm going to do my best to try to give a good summary of that work in 5 minutes, and then really just send out an invitation to you all to continue the conversation and continue engagement, because we look forward to the potential of being able to engage with you all. So as Sandra mentioned, this project has been called the San Joaquin River Access and Activation Plan, but really the main goal of it is just recognizing that this resource and amenity is and should be a river for all. And that's really kind of the main core goal of this project. So I'm going to quickly just touch on the project overview, the mission, community engagement that's happened so far, some of the analysis work, kind of the 4 Mile Parkway Trail segment, and then specifically Camp Shine, which is actually the kind of the closest chunk of the river that is to you all in Madera. So the Parkway River Master Plan is a 22-mile master plan of the Conservancy. Is really kicked off a couple decades ago and has really done a monumental job of acquiring land along this 22-mile stretch of the San Joaquin River from Highway 99 to Friant Dam. We're specifically focused today on what we've been calling the western reaches of this project. So that's this green 4-mile stretch of the river that also happens to be the closest to Madera. You can also see just on this plan potential future connections kind of into the surrounding Fresno community and also up in the foothills. We'd love to see one, headed right towards Madera. So that's kind of the extension of the invitation we're sending to y'all today. The Parkway River Master Plan was done a few years back and was a really kind of thorough job at documenting all the existing and potential proposed amenities that could occur along this 22-mile stretch. So our focus has been this 4-mile stretch, and this just kind of gives you an idea of some of those amenities that were part of that Parkway Master Plan that we have been developing the designs of. Again, the river is really, and this project has really kind of built momentum around ensuring that it is designed in a way that it's a river for everyone, including, the neighbors right next door, but also underserved communities, such as places in South Fresno that may have limited access to kind of parks and recreation opportunities. This mission also aligns really well at a state level, in which has identified, state goals and state funds to be dedicated towards underserved communities that are and projects that are able to provide these types of recreation and outdoor environments to them. So there's a lot of money, that has been earmarked for this kind of work that kind of creates excitement and a lot of potential around projects such as this. This is the engagement process that we've done so far, with a lot of help from Sandra on Beach, C's team, and Sheila and John Shelton. There's just already a lot of great energy in pockets around Fresno that we've really been able to latch onto, and I personally have just really enjoyed getting to see all these different members of the community, some of them getting access to the river and really seeing and experiencing the river for their first time, and just really seeing their faces light up. So there's been an extensive amount of engagement so far, but we're not done. We're continuing the conversations, and maybe some of y'all have been able to get in the loop of some of these, and we look forward to seeing you in the future as we continue the process. This is just some of what we've heard so far. So really understanding the different types of uses that the community wants to see along the river, and I won't get into details right now of what that is. The other thing is bridge crossings, and I think this is particularly exciting for Madera and Madera County, because this really would open the door for greater opportunities to both connect to the river, but to also get across the river and be able to access some of those parks and amenities that are on the Fresno side of the river. And it builds off of a tradition of bridges, which date back to the early 19th century and have really kind of laid the groundwork for how the urban development of Fresno started. Also, just recognizing if you haven't been to the river, it's really just a beautiful amenity as it exists today. So in a lot of ways, our work is just about providing better access and equitable access to this amazing amenity. Also recognizing just the importance of being able to cool down. It wasn't that long ago, I think like 1950s kind of pre-air conditioning era, that it was common for Fresnans to, on really hot summer days, to all kind of flock to the river and cool off. There's even a streetcar that sent folks from downtown to the river. This has since, largely been lost, the evolution of air conditioning, but also just the kind of industrialization and mining operations that occurred along the river in the 70s and 80s eventually kind of cut off the human connection to the river. But it's coming back, and all the groundwork is in place to make this happen. And as you all know, summers are hot, so really starting to think about how folks can get back to this place and be able to enjoy it and cool off on those hot summer days. These are some of the amenities that were planned for Camp Cheyenne. Camp Cheyenne was historically it was a gravel mining site, but in the 80s there was some money put into it by Charles Cheyenne, who's a local congressman, and it was actually Boy Scout camp. So it's kind of nice to see the scouts there today, and and understanding their mission. It's not that different from ours today, as really recognizing this site and the river access as being an amenity and a place for natural recreation. So it's kind of continuing a tradition that had initially been seeded back in the 90s or 80s, and then it fell in some disrepair. So it's time to put some love back into it. I'm sorry, I just hit error here. Let me just reopen. Sorry about that. I'll try to kind of wrap up quick, but I do want to show you the designs because they're the most fun part. So our process, contained a lot of analysis just about the existing vegetation and recognizing the invasives and native plants that exist on the site. The priorities of the project was really about balancing habitat and recreation, recognizing that you can have both with the design as long as they're planned and balanced, and also continuing and creating a network of trail connections along the river and providing a safe, welcoming, and accessible experience. Our design process really was about presenting options and then presenting them to the community and getting feedback and collecting it in a way that we could really understand the different priorities of that community. It really did lie in, an appreciation and recognition for ensuring that habitat has a place on this site, but also just providing really meaningful and important recreation opportunities for youth and families and all ages. So really creating an accessible access path to this river and to this site. Thinking about ways we can actually work with the topography. As those of you that know the river, there's some steep bluffs and there's just kind of a variety of constraints, but also opportunities to kind of work with some of that natural topography. Thinking about creating gathering places where people can picnic and kind of enjoy the cool microclimate that the river offers. And then just also recognizing this riverfront character can really be picked up on and capitalized in a way that creates some identity for the community, as well as providing this recreation and access, and thinking about things in infrastructure that can accommodate larger gathering events or different reasons for people to be able to come together on this site. So here's our current conceptual design of this project, and I'm not going to get into too much details because I'm probably running out of time here. But the real idea was to try to focus the more intense kind of human uses along the river and key zones, so that much of the site could be dedicated for preserving existing habitat and also restoration effort, as a lot of the site is disturbed. So with that, our next steps are just continuing engineering. There'll be a cost estimate phase. We're going back to the Conservancy Board for review in November, and then wrapping up a 65% design set in December. And with that, we'll just, I think, extend the invitation to continue the conversation with y'all. Really happy, again, that we had the opportunity to be here today and look forward to continuing the conversation. So I think we can open it up to questions now. Otherwise, Sandra's available in person after the meeting too.
Thank you so very much, Peter. Do you have anything else you would like to speak on?
Nothing else other than just, again, inviting. Most of the work that we've been doing for the last year and a half has been Fresno focused. And so we're at a point now where we would love to ensure that folks in Madera also have the opportunity to weigh in before we arrive at a final concept. So wanted to just share what we've done up to date, and then open for feedback or suggestions about how best to engage Maderans, who we should be having conversations with, and then definitely we're open to following up and making sure that the river is a place that's accessible to folks on the Madera side too.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wishing to ask any questions? Okay.
So this far along the process, I'm wondering, what is the economic?
Excuse me, sir.
Come to the.
Yes. We have a mic.
Well, we have to hear you on the mic, sir.
I can take you a mic. One moment.
I guarantee you can hear me.
1 second, please.
Yeah, I'll get to the mic because this one's a good question. You're gonna have to field this with some people. My name is William Mask. I'm a history professor at Madera Community College. I've lived here for 57 years. The same path that we're talking about in this presentation, walked it 100 times. If you golf over at Riverside ever before, it's within view of the 10th hole. It's protected. So A, what's the environmental impact? And B, you're trying to balance the habitat and people. Well, if you go further east on that same river to the other side of Fresno, you come to Lost Lake. Go drive there Monday morning and tell me how the habitat works with people. man, you're talking about tearing up some natural habitat, and they're actually talking about building an aquarium on the other side and preserving that water for the natural habitats. It seems to me that this might be contradictory to that project because we're going to be putting humans near the San Joaquin River where the environment is already protected. To me, you're going to have to go spend millions to make sure that you keep humans out of the natural habitat. And if we continue to tear up the natural habitats, well, I'll let all the scientists tell you how bad that is. Horribly bad, I might add. That's my question. Environmental impact would be critically important for myself and others. And then how are you going to balance humanity with natural habitat? We've proven, look at the forest fires every year. We've proven every year we're idiots and we don't know how to do it. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm happy to take a stab at responding, but maybe John Shelton might want to chime in too. Definitely hear your concern, and I think that was a big struggle or question, for us kicking the project off, and it's something we've batted around a lot with the community, but we also have consultants on board that have a lot of expertise in ecology and better kind of understanding the current site conditions. There is some really good valuable habitat on the site, and we have documented that and plan to preserve that. But there's also a lot of invasives and disturbed parts of the site that are actually detrimental and prevent native habitat from existing. So the project goals very much so are staying true to the Parkway master plan, which is, ensuring there's a balanced space for both recreational access and continued native habitat. And we will be exceeding the ecological habitat on the site with the design plan, and CEQA, is a way that ensures there's checks and balances in place that protect protected species and make sure mitigation efforts are in place for anything that is disturbed, and just kind of building off the original goals of the project. We do plan to actually exceed kind of the ecological value of that site.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councilwoman Gallegos?
Oh, no, that was for earlier.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Is there anyone else? Anything else?
I just want to see if John Shelton would like to provide any closing comments.
Yeah, this is John Shelton. Thank you very much to the board and to Mayor Pro Tem, who I have been out there at Camp Pashane with. It was a very windy day when we went out. The San Joaquin River Conservancy's, our goals and mission have both the environmental protection, but also recreation. And we strongly believe, as the state of California does, that the use of an environmental area and the exposure of an environmental area to the public, especially to kids and others who enjoy the area, is one of the ways we are going to preserve this over time. And I agree, there are some areas that can be loved to death, and our whole push is to be able to get more areas so that the usage can be spread out over quite a bit of area. And so I do want to kind of point that out, as we're very concerned about that. We've actually have paid a few $1 million for restoration within this area at River Bottom Park and our Schneider property, which is across the river on Madera County side, next to the Santa Fe tracks. And the proposal that the grantees are putting together on this are looking at doing lots of work on this. So we very much appreciate people's concerns. We're also very interested in getting people out to see the river and to become big champions of keeping it in better shape. It's gone through a lot in its last 50 or 60 years with gravel extraction and other things. So this is a way that we're going to be able to take care of it and actually do more ability to love it and make it better. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have no introductions. And now we have a workshop from Karen from Madera Community Hospital. It's A1, $1 million request for Madera Community Hospital. Karen Nelly. correct me with the name.
Hello, and thank you again for having us back here today. We're happy to be here. I'm Karen Paulinelli. I'm the CEO at Madera Community Hospital, and I would like to take a moment to introduce some people here with me today. I do have Deidre De Silva. She's our chairman of our board for Madera Community Hospital. Monty Pistoresi, who's also on our board, Sal Manfredi behind me, who is also the vice chair, and Mark Foote, who is the chief executive financial officer for our hospital. So thank you for having us back, and we're glad to be able to present to you our needs tonight. And I just want to remind everybody, because some people here may not know really why we're here today, asking for $1 million of the ARPA funds. But I do want to talk about, we are going to be talking about COVID. Again, I don't think we would be here up this podium if we didn't experience the last 2.5 years, this pandemic that the world's been going through, of course. And so that's why we're here today. Madera Community Hospital has been in service and serving this community for 51 years proudly, and we want to continue to be here for this community, and that's why we're here today. We are working on right now an affiliation with St. Agnes Trinity Health, and that takes time for that to happen. We've been working on it over a year, and so as you can see, it does take time for that to happen. We saw early on during the pandemic the financial losses that we were suffering during the pandemic, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But we're here today requesting the city of Madera allocate $1 million of their ARPA funds to our hospital. And, you know, there was certain categories for how you can spend ARPA funds, and we definitely qualify for those categories. And the one of the categories that we'd like to use the money for is for a capital investment to our facility. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a little bit. But Madera, let me just go through these slides. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can advance this. I'm so sorry I didn't do that. I was thinking somebody else usually advances my slides for me, so I have to do it myself, and I will. So anyways, Madera is the only hospital in the city and county that treats adult patients, and we're the largest private employer in the city. And it's important that the city, county, and the state and federal government supports our really important resource for this community, which is our hospital. What are we requesting? We are requesting $1 million to Madera Community Hospital to go towards the replacement of one of our air handlers. It is a $3.2 million project, and it is to promote better filtration of air within our facility for the protection of patients, visitors, and staff during a pandemic. And of course, for any types of diseases that are airborne, we will benefit from replacing this air handler with this certain kind of filtration system. Investments in this project is a one-time expenditure, and it will free up some of our dollars so that we can focus on running our hospital and using our funds to run our hospital. Madera Community Hospital does play a major role in the social and economic vitality of our city. Our hospital provides employment for more than 800 people, and many other associates that work here in Madera, and this results in a huge positive economic impact to the city. Madera Community Hospital is a non-for-profit. It's not supported by taxpayers' assessments. We are independent and we get no support from anybody else other than ourselves. We very much appreciate the community and we'd like the city to recognize the work Madera Community Hospital has done throughout the pandemic. COVID-19 has sent hospitals reeling. We're no different. It sent us reeling for sure, and posing a significant challenge for patient care. And hospital closures since the pandemic are up nationwide. And I was just reading a report from the California Hospital Association that 54% of hospitals are operating in the red since the pandemic began, which is huge. So we're not the only one. It's affecting everybody. We're just small and independent, and we only have ourselves to rely on. So it makes it a little tougher for us than some big organization that has multiple layers of different entities to rely on. When a community loses a hospital, they really are losing access to healthcare, and usually one of their largest employers in their community. So why is this important? Without a hospital in our community, people end up going without care or their care is delayed. Not having an ER will impact our community negatively, as transportation to the hospitals out of the area is a problem. The Fresno and Merced hospitals are full and cannot absorb Madera residents for care. I know this firsthand because I work with all the hospitals in Fresno. It's very difficult to transfer patients because, they're all full, and especially during the pandemic. But it's true today as well. What was our response for COVID-19? We've treated almost 750 COVID positive patients in the inpatients during the pandemic, and we've administered over 16,500 COVID tests, more than any other local provider, while operating a hospital during a crisis 24/7, 365 days during this stressful time of COVID. Not to mention that we were there for this community again, on the front lines, providing life-saving monoclonal antibodies, doing it anywhere and anyhow we could do that to make sure people had what they had to keep them out of the hospital. And we were the first to step up to give just thousands of vaccines, and we continue to do that today. I do want to introduce Mark Foote, who's our CFO, who's going to go over some financial aspects of COVID and why we're here today and how that has affected us. So, Mark, I'll leave that to you.
Sure. Okay, I think Arnaldo asked if we could just provide some financial information on the hospital and what caused sort of the financial stress that we're under. So one of the big aspects is the cost of labor. One of the aspects of the pandemic was that in many hospitals, not just ours, many of the staff that were employees, especially RNs, left as employees and went off to work for contract labor companies. Thus, hospitals like ours had to contract back for that labor. Instead of having as employees, they were contractors at 2, 3, 4 times the cost as if they were an employee. So pre-COVID on this chart, we try to show that we incurred about $1 million a year in contract labor prior to the pandemic. It's about $80,000 a month. The first full year of the pandemic, ending June of 21, we incurred $5.8 million, or almost $500,000 a month. And this last year, ending June of 22, we incurred $16.6 million, at almost $1.4 million a month. And starting this year, we're annualizing in those similar amounts, and that's 1,740% above what we were pre-pandemic. That's 17 times more we're paying for that staff than we would if they were employees. Also, supplies were a big cost of ours as well. As you know, there's a lot of PPE supplies, medications, et cetera, that hospitals had to use. Prior to the pandemic, we averaged about $1 million a month in supply cost, or $12 million a year. That went up to $13.5 million in the first year of the pandemic, $15.5 million in the second year of the pandemic, or almost 28% above what we were pre-pandemic, and we're staying there roughly as we speak today. We do have COVID patients in our hospital still today. So a lot, as President Biden said, the pandemic is over. That's not true if you work in a hospital. And overall, numbers are covered there a little bit, but since the beginning of the pandemic in March of 20, we've lost $29.3 million. We have received only $12.2 million in any form of relief payments from federal, some state, and some from the county. And thus that leaves a deficit of 17.1 million. A large number that virtually no entity could really survive. And that certainly is a snapshot of where we've gone since March of 20. I'll turn it back to Karen.
So you might ask, the COVID numbers are definitely better. We're all here today without masks. It's great. Things are getting better. But for hospitals, we're still suffering. And the main reason is because of the severe shortage that we had and experienced before the pandemic of nurses, and it continues on post-pandemic. But really, the high cost of bringing nurses here to our hospital to take care of our patients, because many nurses decided not to work anymore during the pandemic. They either retired, and many of them, probably the second year is when we really saw the biggest change, is that they went to work for state agencies that were giving a lot of money out for nurses to take care of patients in hospitals because there was such a shortage. And so a lot of nurses left, and they got used to making that kind of money, and they're still working that way. And so, we're struggling, and we continue to struggle. We don't know, and we can't predict when this is going to get better for hospitals as far as how much money that we're, incurring to pay for staff. But they said it would probably take a couple of years if it ever changes. It could forever change the landscape of how hospitals are staffed by nurses because of this pandemic. We don't know really that fallout quite yet, but we know it's not going to get better real soon. It's not predicted to get better. Nobody has the answers for us. And so that's why we're here today. That's why we're asking for this $1 million. Like I said, we don't know when this affiliation is going to take place. It might not happen till the new year. We have to, definitely continue to do some work that we're doing in our hospital. The air handlers is one of the vital components of our hospital to run it, and we need to have it done. We're working on it, started the process already, and we need the funding to help complete that. So I would open it up for questions if you do have questions for me.
Councilwoman Mejia.
I don't have my hand raised.
Wasn't me.
That's the wrong one. But Councilmember
that's the only
Rodriguez.
One. Okay, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Karen, thank you for the presentation. I do have a question for Mark in regards to the financials. So in looking at the increase in expenses, how far out do you see the hospital and coming back to its normal pre-COVID stages? Now, in June of 2022, you showed a $15 million increase in expenses, and that was I think you put the ratios in there, the 1,700%, and now it's down at 1,500%. So look, the outlook of when will you get back to normal state pre-COVID? I know you're going through this merger or this affiliation, but I'm not sure. Are they looking at this as a potential future loss as well? And what I mean by that is what's the plan? I'm trying to reach that.
Working again towards trying to affiliate. We predict at least 3 years to turn this hospital around. What happened through COVID is that all of our expenses, as you can see, and the cost of our staff went up tremendously. What didn't change is how much we get paid. There've not been any increases on that side. And so hospitals are paid differently. And in Madera, we serve a very high Medi-Cal population, which is the lowest payer. And so that hasn't changed. And so we're still serving our community. The makeup of the clientele that we serve is still the same. Nothing has changed, except our expenses are much higher. So we are continuing to try to do what we can do, of course, to save cost. And trust me, we look at that every day, and we've made some strides on that, but there's some things that we just can't control. Everything is higher. I mean, I think, the cost of living is more expensive today for all of us, right? We're all dealing with it, with groceries, with gas, with anything. And it's much different in hospitals because throughout the pandemic, there were shortages of everything, especially for healthcare. And so we continue to have those shortages. And so the cost of goods is still high. I don't think everybody's caught up on, the manufacturers on making all the things that they need to make to, catch up so that we can get those prices back down. Maybe in the future we'll see that, but we don't think that's going to happen in the near future, in the next 3 or 4 years.
Thank you, Karen. And I do want to share my appreciation for you and your staff for all that you've done, especially through the pandemic. My question kind of alludes to the $17 million deficit that we face here. Is that accounting from what I hear, the additional $5 million that was granted also from the efforts of Senator Caballero and Assemblyman Bigelow? Is that not including that, not accounting that?
That is not in that number because we have not received that money. But yes, we're very grateful for that money and appreciate Senator Caballero, Congressman Costa, Supervisor Bigelow, and Assemblyman Adam Gray's efforts because they really helped us. We are not supposed to get that money. We think until late November, could be beginning of December. And so again, trying to get us to where we need to be so we can affiliate. That's why we're still here today. And, but it's not added in there, right, Mark? I'm correct. We don't put anything in our financials until we actually receive the funds. So
is there a condition to affiliate? And I may be asking more questions that dig deeper in that. And the reason why I say that is because you're coming before the city and asking for $1 million. And I think it's important for us as council members and as good stewards of our community's reserve fund is that we too look at it in a financial aspect. But I guess to my point is if you're still left out with 12 million, assuming you receive that, you receive our million, that puts you at $11 million deficit. How does the hospital plan to overcome that big challenge? Because it seems like it's going to be huge. And if so, is our $1 million really going to help the effort in continuing what Madera Community Hospital has established for this community? Or is that going to be another agency coming over and instituting something different other than what you guys do now?
Well, you absolutely will be helping us. And we're going to continue to be Madera Community Hospital. Even though we're affiliating, they're not buying us out. We're affiliating with another entity. And so we'll continue to be here. We'll continue to service our community. We don't know when that's going to happen because, again, it goes to the Attorney General. And the decision is made on that level. We're still waiting on them to accept our application. That hasn't been done quite yet. And so even though all the paperwork has been sent up to the Attorney General, it's a long process. So yes, you absolutely will be helping us to continue to serve this wonderful community that we've been serving for 51 years very proudly.
Yeah, and I know that the $1 million may be a drop in the bucket for your budget and the deficit that you face. I just want to make sure I say this, but it's huge in what we have to take away to make sure that we preserve that service that you provide this community. And again, I would be remiss if I didn't say this, that I'm greatly appreciative of everything the hospital has done, especially throughout that pandemic that we faced. You guys certainly stepped up. I think at that time, nobody really knew what that outcome would be in cost and where that would put you years later. Certainly that's a huge number to fill. And I know it's going to be a very tough decision, at least for me, to allocate something that may be allocated somewhere else now. But, I am willing to work with the hospital in any way that we can where it doesn't really affect our residents here also. And I think they go hand in hand because you are here serving this community as well. But I want to make that point, and I'm very appreciative and thank you for answering the question.
Yeah, well, we thank you for letting us be here today. We appreciate our entire community. I tell you, throughout the pandemic, this community has been so supportive of our hospital. And we know we have the community support. We hope that you will understand where we're at today. We wouldn't be asking if we really didn't feel like there was a severe need, and there is. We feel like as a community, we're going to get through this together, and we have to work together. to, combat anything that's a challenge for our community. This is definitely a challenge right now we're facing. You guys are part of that. I think everybody in this room understands the importance of having a hospital in their community. And we don't need to go into that again, but thank you so much. I really appreciate your thought on this, and we hope that you will decide to, grant us that $1 million. That would be we will be really thankful for that. Thank you very much. And if there's any questions from...
Yes, we have more. Councilwoman, I got you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Evans. I just had a couple of questions. I'm a big advocate for Madera community, especially on Facebook when people start to say things. I love Madera community. I've had my kids there. Now they're grown adults, and anytime something happens, we're there. My father was very ill, and that was like our first home. We were there more than we were at home. So I'm a big advocate for the hospital. But the questions I have is, when I did speak to several of your board members, I was always told we need $1 million to kind of keep the lights on until we merge. And when I looked at the report, I did see that you're asking for the $1 million to help replace an air handler of $3.2 million for capital improvements. Our $23 million ARPA funds were put in for capital improvements that were approved by this council here on this dais. And part of that $23 million in the capital improvement was for the sewer lines and the water lines underneath that we don't see, that would help Madera community. So your bill isn't outrageously coming off the roof. So, and you talk about, you have your employees that, and the hospital nurses that I know are traveling nurses are outrageously costing you hundreds and thousands of dollars. But for the $1 million, we are now at a state, I feel, an emergency in the city where we're losing quite a few of our employees because we did not put our ARPA funds towards salaries. The county put $23 million into salaries to retain and to hire and maybe take other employees from other cities. We didn't do that. We thought it would be best to help our community, to help our business owners, to help our partners by putting those monies in our capital improvement funds to help save you guys on your bills that would be out of this roof, because those haven't been raised for 15 years. We have those capital improvement projects that this $23 million is going to, that are over 20 years have been on the books. I mean, I was probably in high school, just kidding, when those were on the books. But it's really hard because every day I'm reading an email, I'm reading a text where we're losing employees because we didn't put one penny into salaries. And we're starting to bleed. We're starting to have a little bit of a hard time here in the city. And I have concerns because my first job as the elected official in this seat is to protect the city and making sure that our city manager has the tools to be able to provide service, quality service to our citizens that they've always done throughout these years. And so those are just my feelings right now. We did hear about the $5 million from Senator Caballero and Assemblyman Bigelow, which I was so thrilled to hear, hoping that would help you keep the doors open to be able to merge in time with St. Agnes. I know we are waiting for $5 million for a sewer line that is so needed that we're having difficulties in the city with. And again, we're like you, until that money is in our hands, we can't even start that project. And here in the meantime, our community is really suffering. Our community is having issues. So we're almost in the same boat with you. We provide those services just like you do, your emergency services. And I know COVID hit you hard. We have water bills, again, that are out of this roof because people couldn't afford to pay them. They had no money. They weren't working. They were home in COVID. So we want to be a good partner. We want to be support. We did not get the money that the county did get in ARPA funds. So it's really hard for me to ask for the same amount that the county provided for you, knowing that they got so much more, millions, than we did in the city. So those were just some of my comments. And I have to tell you that I'm probably your biggest cheerleader out there. I was at your 50th anniversary. It was 50th, right? For the hospital. And it was an amazing event. I mean, I am there and I'm the one, I'm telling you on Facebook, I am the one cheering you on and defending you when people go out and say things, because Madera is a great place and we're blessed to have you here. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you. I just wanted
Councilmember Montes, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to address a couple of things that she brought up that I just want to make sure there's clarity there. Is, first of all, Arnaldo had sent me an email and said he wanted us to put this towards something, a project. What are we going to buy? You know, we could use the money for operational, or we can use it to buy something. We have to replace our air handler. We don't have a choice. We're in the process, like I said. That frees up money so that we can, you know, use it operationally. As far as salaries, you know, we, just like you, want to raise our salaries for our employees. You know, we have no money to do that.
Right.
And it pains me every day because we don't have the funds to do that, because they absolutely, just like your employees, deserve that. When we say we're spending all this extra money on salaries, you have to understand that we are regulated by the state of California, by the federal government, by Medicare, that we have to have certain ratios in California to meet the needs of patients. So every time there's a patient in our hospital, depending on where that patient is, we are mandated to have that many nurses. We don't have a choice except that we have to hire salaries. And I will say, during the pandemic, the state gave us nurses at a very, very high cost, which really was pivotal to change on how things happen in hospitals with nurses, because a lot of them left to go work for the state. And, you know, we're continuing to suffer with that. So we don't have a choice to say, no, we're not going to pay those salaries anymore. It's hard to recruit normally when there's not a pandemic into Madera, as you probably know that as well, because we compete with Fresno. They're so close, and there's lots of hospitals in Fresno, and not a lot of people, you know, maybe that are RNs living in Madera, you know. And so it's hard. We have to usually recruit from the outside. We do have definitely some that do, you know, of course, but that's what we're up against. It's a little different for us, I think, because we are mandated to keep our doors open. They will, you know, shut us down, of course, if we're not achieving our ratio. So I just wanted everybody to understand.
And Karen, you know me on this dais. I was the one on those meetings every week with your staff.
Sure, I know.
And finding out where we're at on numbers, how many ICU beds we have, where we at with supplies, how are we with medication, how many are we incubating, residents because of the COVID. I mean, I was there every week. I knew where you were going, what you were going through. I knew the struggles that you were happening. So I'm right there with you. I got it. I got it every week. I took notes. I came here and I shared that with the council and with the publics that were here and people that were online. I was here. I felt like I had the responsibility to let this community know what was happening in this hospital and how it was so devastating what was going on, and all the great work that you guys have done. So hats off to you. I get it. I have been there. I feel with you. I don't work there. I'm not on the board, but I feel as an elective, I have been every step of the way through this terrible, horrible pandemic with you. So I commend all of you for being here today, and thanking you for all your time and the efforts that you put on, especially on the board. It's not easy to make these decisions, all of you know, because you're having to make them just like us. So thank you.
Well, I'm glad that you understand the importance.
Councilman Montez.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. Thank you for your board for coming and everything that you guys do for the community. And I think everybody here appreciates what the hospital does. I kind of wanted to get into the numbers a little bit, but I think it's pretty obvious. I think everybody sees that expenses are going up. It's not, you're not alone in that situation. We have the same issues going on here, like Councilwoman said. I do have a question on maybe exploring something different. Have you ever, or has your organization ever applied for CDBG grant funding?
For what?
CDBG, so Community Development Block Grant Funding. So as a 501c3, I think that would be something.
I don't think so. I not since I've been there.
So
unless Mark knows.
We have to make decisions on, our funding streams and where are we gonna allocate them to. And this one, I think the council already made the decision on ARPA funds, but that would be another avenue or another revenue source that could be explored. And again, knowing that you're a great partner to the community, knowing that none of us want to see the hospital close, that might be something else. Just ideas on how can we come to a solution. So again, it's going to be very difficult for me as well. Say, okay, we've already programmed this. We are experiencing the same issues that you're experiencing. So how do we make that decision? And our responsibility is to our residents and the services that we provide utmost, right? So that I just wanted to put that out there. Maybe that would be, I know the $3 million or $1 million is, I think it's our total allocation for CDBG, but that's annual, right? So that could be something that could be applied for multiple years or for different projects, right? Color of money where you supplant this revenue stream and you take care of something else. But every
every organization, every nonprofit in the city is eligible, and it's a competitive process. But, just kind of, again, trying to.
Yeah, well, and we'd be happy to apply for that, but I think what we're asking for is the need is now. And so definitely, we're always looking for extra funding in the future for certain. But, and I know that you guys have planned on, because I know that I've been told that you are spending your money on the sewer system to remodel it. But then Senator Caballero had mentioned that they also got you extra funding for that specifically besides the ARPA funds. And so, we just really, really are asking that you could reconsider if you've already, it sounds like you've made your decision maybe. And if you have, to reconsider and consider us, we think it's important.
Well, I believe that item came to council several months ago, and what we programmed was under what the need actually is. Right, there are hey, can we do this? We need this, but this is what we can do with the money. And so that's where we're coming from our decision making process. But again, that item has already several months ago that we programmed those dollars. That's my comments.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes. So Karen, and I'm going to ask a question, and assuming that this council would provide you that money, then what do we see in return? Is it just the capital improvement that you're trying to do there at the hospital? And being that you're having this transition with or this affiliation with St. Agnes, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you all going to be there?
Well,
what do we tell our folks here that once the $1 million are out of the coffers, hey, guess what? $1 million are out there. They were for good use, but no one there at the community hospital is there anymore. Now St. Agnes is there. I don't know how that affiliation works.
The affiliation works is all our employees will remain employees of our hospital. We will continue to operate our hospital the way we're operating it today. And, our goal is to continue, of course, as long as we can survive financially. Nobody knows what the future holds, and if this pandemic is going to take off again, and there's going to be more, challenges ahead financially. Hopefully not, but yeah, that's the goal. Our goal is to continue operating and being a part of this community. We've been dedicated for 51 years. We're going to continue to be dedicated and serving the needs of the great people here in Madera. That's our goal, and it continues to be the same.
And that same would apply for your board?
Oh, absolutely.
Would they continue to remain?
So we do have, we will combine our boards, what it looks like in the future. We do have 2 of our board members that will represent Madera. We were very adamant about that, and they were very gracious to allow us to do that. So Deidre Da Silva and Stel Manfredi will continue to be on the board. All of our board members will be in some type of advisory position in the future. So they'll still be, here helping us make decisions because we are in Madera. We know our city. We know what our needs are. And so we'll have a lot of people advocating for those needs here in Madera. So yes, we'll continue to be a part. And I don't know if you guys wanted to say anything.
Yeah, I think I do. Okay. Public speaking is not my thing, so bear with me. But like you, CC, love the hospital. I love the city of Madera. I've been here since 1989, married into a family that's been here for a lot longer than that. And I think, what the city of Madera is going to take to return to its days of glory is bringing in new industry, bringing in higher paying jobs, all the things that we all know. And when those types of people want to come to a city, they look at 3 things. One is police, which we see some police here tonight. They want a strong police force. They want great schools, and they want great access to medical care. And you have it here in Madera with the Madera Community Hospital that has served you for 51 years. What we're asking tonight is for the ability for us to stay open until this affiliation process can go through. And then you will be backed by an even bigger organization that can provide more money, hopefully in a couple years' time, turn the hospital around and continue to give the great care that has been provided to the citizens of Madera. I know the sewer is very important, don't get me wrong, and I know you have an incredibly hard job, but I think it's really important to show the commitment to the hospital that the city has and show the gratitude for the work that these people have done over the last 3 years, which I mean, you can't put a value on that. When everybody was staying home, masking up, barely going out to get their groceries, if not, or they were going to work every day facing COVID. I think, we would really like you to reconsider. It sounds like you've made your decision already. So maybe we're just, talking with smoke coming out of our mouth. I don't know. But I think we would really ask that you take time to reconsider our request and understand where we're coming from and understand the importance of the hospital to our small town. Thank you so much.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Just one minute. Still Manfredi. And as Karen indicated, we're affiliated. We spent the better part of a year negotiating with St. Agnes and their parent company in Michigan. And we finally have got the 80-page plus agreement done just a couple weeks ago. And now it's in the hands of our Attorney General. And he has been kind enough to come to Madera twice and tour the hospital with Karen. He's been on the web with us for 2 or 3 times, and they have the final say, and it's not a rubber stamp. And so we are using monies, and like Karen indicated, we're depleted, and we need to continue until this will go through. And we believe the Attorney General has a feeling for what's Madera is all about. But this will take a process. They have 90 plus days, and the application was just submitted to them a couple of weeks ago. And I think the time starts in the next week or 2 that they have for 90 days. And so we are pooling our resources from all sources, county, city, if approved, so we can bridge that period so we can affiliate with St. Agnes. And just to answer your question about representation, there will be an advisory board, but Deidre Da Silva and I have been nominated from our board to serve on the St. Agnes board with full responsibilities, voting powers, and et cetera. So you will have 2 Maderans out of, I think there's 7 or 9 people on their board, something like that. Not counting your local advisory board and that stuff. So we are hoping and praying and speaking to all of our resources. And I can't say enough that what Deidre said about Congressman Costa, and he sent us here. He sent us to the county, and he sent us here. And he would have probably been here tonight. He told me personally, I've known Jim since the 70s and worked with him in every capacity he's ever had. He said, Stel, I would be here if I possibly can. And, he couldn't. But the point is, he sent us here to begin with. So thank you, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Rodriguez,
yeah, and I guess the last question that I have is, Estelle, you mentioned you're almost at an agreement, or you have an agreement. Now, if that does not go through, the Attorney General says no, does that then go into some type of conservatorship where? Well,
the short answer, council member, is that if the Attorney General can say no, he's not going to say that. He could say yes, he may say that, or he can say yes, and these are conditions, and then we go back. Our attorneys and us go back with Trinity, the parent company of St. Agnes, and talk to them and come to some. The St. Agnes folks here in Fresno desperately want to merge and work with us and have this facility. And we think it'll be good for everybody, doctors, patients, employees, everybody, to have that type of affiliation. And so it's indicative that we continue the process. But to have that process, we have to have some ammunition. We have to keep on going, and that's getting thinner and thinner and thinner. And so will everything happen the way we'd like it to? We think. Would I bet my life on it? No. But it's the Attorney General is very, very astute of what's happening in Madera. I was very surprised in personal discussions, and I didn't meet with them, Deidre and Karen did, but I met with them on the internet 2 or 3 times. And I asked him a bunch of questions. I'm not bashful. And if I get a microphone in front of me, I say a few words. And he was very astute on what was happening in Madera and et cetera. And so we're hoping that he will realize the need to keep a hospital open from Merced to Fresno. And Karen's absolutely right. If you know anybody that's waiting in an emergency room in St. Agnes or community, it is 8, 10 hours and sometimes days. In Madera, you get in, and I've used the hospital in the last 3 or 4 years personally. I've been in there weeks at a time. You get in, you don't wait days in emergency in our hospital. Thank you.
Well, and I just want to say one last thing is that we're not going to ever give up. You know, we need a hospital in this community. We're going to fight for that. And we hope you all fight with us as well. I think we all can agree on that, is that this hospital is very important to our community. And without a hospital in a community, you know, you really don't have a community. And so we need to all fight for that. And I think the AG, you know, I got to meet with him personally. Very great guy, understands our community, grew up in a community like ours, and understands the importance of healthcare to the people of the community. So we'll keep fighting. So we think that it's going to, you know, happen. Of course, you know, we don't have a crystal ball, but as you can see, we fight every day. That's why we have a lot of people involved, and we advocate for our community. And when we're advocating for a hospital, we're advocating for our community, and we're serving our community by continuing to be open for this community. So we're not giving up.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
One quick note. Electeds like to hear from electeds and respect other electeds. And a short resolution or something supporting their endeavor, supporting their reviewing would go a long way. I know Congressman Costa has been there, Senator Caballero, Assemblyman Bigelow, but it wouldn't hurt to adopt some type of short resolution of support that they would approve the affiliation with St. Agnes / Trinity and MCH.
Councilwoman Gallegos.
One last question. I'm disappointed we're not going to be able to keep all our board members when we merge, but at least we have 2. So the last question would be, is Karen, as CEO, will you stay if we were to merge?
So all that needs to be worked out after the affiliation. So there's some things that we're not able to talk about prior because of the law and the way the regulations are. So.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming here today. I have my little 2 cents. I serve as a volunteer for the hospital, and I'm the vice president of the auxiliary there. I see the things that are going on there in the hospital. I do understand. As an elected official, I understand your positions, and I also understand the lives and the jobs of our community members, of our police officers, of our fire department, and the decisions that we make. We don't do them lightly. Mm-hmm. We go back, we go in the conference room, we sit there, we hash them out. And at the end of the day, whatever is best for our community is what we're going to do. Our funds are limited and our purse strings are tied. So just know that we love you. We thank you very much for being here, just as we thank each and every one of you for out there in the community each and every day. And you serve us just as you serve us. So just know that when we make it in the back room, it's going to be a fight to the finish, but we'll see what happens. And we thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to add and maybe ask our city manager here. So I know that it's pretty clear how direction may go, but I definitely don't want to close the doors on that, because I know that the community hospital is a huge part of Madera. A lot of the residents, I think you had mentioned this before, a huge number of residents, or at least a good percentage of residents are probably patients at the hospital here. Although a county serves a county, could we help in some way with the procurement process of maybe gaining that the error system that you're trying to do, where we may be able to assist and maybe, I don't know, I'm not saying it's a discount or anything that we can do, but to be able to facilitate something that's a less cost. And I'm not sure if that's something that this council would want to entertain, but I certainly don't want to leave here knowing that we didn't at least try our best to try to see how we can facilitate your biggest need. I think it's monetary, but it is for a capital improvement project at your hospital. And I don't know if we have anything on our end that may be able to facilitate that without really having to dip into our purse, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's, we're highly regulated. Again, we're the most regulated entity that probably business there is, and we have to follow OSHPD 1 guidelines. And so not everybody understands that or can even work within that environment, but it's OSHPD now. It's called HCI, but anyways, it's highly regulated. It's very difficult, and you have to have people skilled in that type of construction to go through a hospital and meet those really strict regulatory requirements to make it safe for patients. So they're strict for a reason. And the reason we put the air handlers, like I said, Arnaldo asked us to give us something that we could buy with the money besides using it operationally. So again, originally we said we need it for gap funding, and so the reason we said that, because we have to get this air handler. It is a requirement. We can't operate our hospital without it. And it's not functioning properly. And so we have to upgrade it. We're in the process of that. And so we're working through that with HCI or OSHPD. So, and a construction firm right now. So however you want to, allocate funds to us, if it's not for a project and you'd rather have it for operations, we can move our funds around anyway. We just need the extra funding. And so we just appreciate that. And I would just want to thank Anita for all your years of service. I work directly with Anita, and she does volunteer. And I want to thank her for all those hours. And she still volunteers. I still see her there very regularly. So thank you very much.
And know that if those resolutions that you requested earlier, Estelle, if that's something that this council can do, I am in all support of that. I certainly will continue. I mean, I can't say at the direction of this council, but I will seek maybe anything else that we may be able to do, not necessarily individually, but if this council decides to give direction to our staff to see if there's anything else we can do. I certainly don't want to give up on this just like this, but you do understand our position as well. Obviously, we both have two agencies that are run under certain scrutiny when it comes to looking at where funds, transparency. And I think folks here, I don't know how that would react if we just said, hey, there's a bigger need than the need out here. And I think that there's a need in all of our city, regardless if it's a police department, city, and or hospital. I think the need is huge for us. I think we're underfunded. I think we need more money to be able to bring projects together, bring certain things that certainly would make this city more viable. And that's not something that we have at our disposal. But I certainly would like to continue to explore that. I don't want to close the door on that. I'm not sure if the rest of my council would agree to that, or we move on with resolutions to help you get other funds.
We really appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, each and every one of you. Thank you.
Can I just pull this out? I don't need to do anything else.
We will move on to our consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote.
So, did you need public comment on that workshop?
There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or member of the council may request an item be removed from the consent calendar and will be considered separately. Alicia? Anyone have anything about a consent calendar? Okay, do we have any written comments?
I have no written public comment for any of the consent items.
Okay.
And no one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now close public comment for this item. I will now ask discussion for my colleagues. Nothing? Okay.
So move to approve consent calendar as presented.
Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Alicia, would you like to call roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to the public hearing, and this is where you wanted to move the administrative? Up to E1. Okay. And E1 is a request for direction in naming the park of Olive Avenue and Knox Street, the park site. And that's going to be presented by Mr. Hubert. Joseph?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for having me tonight, and I'll try to make this as succinct as possible. I know we have an ambitious agenda. Let me see here. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. I don't know why it's not showing.
There we go.
Got it now?
That's E2.
Oh. Try it again.
The screen is up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just not, hang on.
It's not the correct screen.
E1.
Mhm.
Joseph, I can pull it up on my side.
Sure, if you can do that, I can do it.
Oh, thank you. Doc? Yeah, I didn't see it there. Where's the first thing inside?
I keep getting E2.
Joe, I think you're showing it right now.
Okay. We got it?
And it shows summary. It's not
Yeah,
showing.
if you
What about that, Chief?
Mhm.
There you go.
Okay.
Joseph, you have it there now.
Hey, Joseph, that's actually me showing
Is
it.
that you? Okay. Well, we can go from there. So,
Just say next.
yep. So so this is okay. So this is the summary to rename the Lionstown and Country Park, Olive Park, to come up with a name for the park. We received 1.9 in construction to construct the park earlier this year. The city held 5 community meetings to determine park amenities. Public comments were received public comments from the August 17th meeting were held, and this was talking about the naming of the yet to be constructed park. There was recommendations to name this park after Mr. James Talbert. Next. The city county policy per resolution 8, which was approved in 2000, set the standards that to follow for naming of the park. This policy established objectives, criteria, and procedures. Next. This is where the park's located. You can see it at Knox Street and Olive. That's the location. The criteria that was established, basically we could name a major had to be the person shall have made a major contribution to the community, the county, the state, or the field of recreation and parks. Consideration of a person shall occur not less than 3 years following the date of service for which the recognition has been made. The service the person made shall have occurred over a period not less than 2 years. Typically, this service shall have been rendered in a volunteer, non-paid status. The person may be living or deceased. Next, the procedures that were established by the policy is the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board shall make a recommendation to the council. The criteria shall be the criteria set forth in the policy. Typically, parks shall be named immediately after acquisition of the site in order to be identified from the onset. The board shall provide ample public notice of its intent to select a park name, providing sufficient time for other individuals, groups to propose other names prior to the board making a decision. Next, the discussion right now is that the board hasn't been active for quite some time. So that kind of leaves the council to make the decision, be the decision-making body to name the park. With the public comments that were made earlier this year, there was a clear community interest to pursue the naming of the park and to follow the naming policy. Next. Internally, the park site has unofficially been referred to as Olive Park. The park is under the design phase. We just recently contracted with a design architect. The park is being funded by the funds that were awarded earlier this year, which was $1.9 million. Staff doesn't impact that there'll be any kind of financial impact for renaming of the park. We had a plaque already in mind when we did this, so the funds are available. Next. And so really the purpose of this presentation is to request direction regarding the naming of this park on Olive and Knox Street. Questions?
Mr. Villegas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I request to the community surrender this corner to participate in maybe the feedback to the city council, and the purpose only is to the community can participate in finding a name for the park. I know somebody recommend this and this and that. Okay, that's fine. But I would like the community to come forward and inform the community really well so that they can make comments on this rename or naming of the park. And I invite one of the neighbors, some of the neighbors around where I live, but only one show up. So I have Rigo and the wife show up to see this presentation. So I'm going to try more to talk to the community around, surrounded by this corner, to see if they can participate more in this issue. And that's my comment about this renaming park.
Anyone else? All right, at this time, Alicia?
I have 3 written public comments, if I may. The first public comment is from Susie LaKelsey. Dear Councilwoman Gallegos, please accept this letter of recommendation for the naming of the new park at Olive and Knox Streets. It would be great to name the park after longtime Madera resident Jim Taubert. I've known Jim for 30 years, ever since we moved to Madera. He was one of the first people that I met. Over the years, I have watched him work tirelessly on making Madera a better place to live. I was impressed to see all that was accomplished while he was the head of the redevelopment agency. In fact, I was able to go on the Taubert tour and see firsthand all that was accomplished in making new neighborhoods. When you think of the career Jim has had in this community, from heading the EDC, Chamber of Commerce, and Redevelopment Agency, plus add in his involvement with the John Wells Center, the skate park, and our beautiful courthouse, along with being a driving force in the beginning of our annual Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. These are only a few small sampling of his accomplishments here in Madera. There is so much in this community that we owe to Jim. Naming this park after him is just a drop in the bucket of what he deserves as recognition and thanks. The second written public comment is from Julia O'Kane. I am not able to be at the City Council meeting tonight in person, but I would like to comment on the naming of the new Knox Street. The park deserves a name reflective of someone who has made a difference in Southeast Madera. That person is Jim Taubert. Through his work in redevelopment, we have affordable housing in the area, improving the neighborhoods and reestablishing pride for the people who live there. He made sure sidewalks and safe routes to school were built throughout the area, and he has done much more. He advocated for and made happen the development of the John Wells Center for young people. Jim has been an advocate for young kids, families, and neighborhoods in Southeast Madera. It would be a fitting tribute to name the park in his honor. And the final comment, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, we write today in support of naming the Olive Knox Park site in honor of Mr. James Taubert. Some of the innumerable facts in support of this naming were laid out in detail during public comment on August 17th. So we won't relist the same. We would, however, add that given all the accomplishment and ways Mr. Taubert has served our lovely community, it is important for our generation to show the next that we appreciate and value those who came before us and who literally helped pave the walkways that our future and generations get to enjoy. Naming our parks in honor of an individual's legacy fulfills one of our duties and responsibilities to future generations. We teach them a history of service, true community, as well as how to appreciate the service of others. If ever anyone wonders what Mr. Taubert's contributions were and why he is deserving of this naming, we invite them to take a drive through the southeast neighborhoods of Madera. It will be quite evident to those of us who remember what they were like before the redevelopment agency existed. It's unfortunate that Governor Brown's administration had other plans and the amazing work happening in Madera was cut short. Despite that, Madera has continued to be a strong and resilient community, thanks in part to partners and leaders like Mr. Taubert. As Jim would say, it is what it is. Thank you, Gabriel and Monica Diaz Rodriguez.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Sir?
I have no one on Zoom.
Okay. Oh, come on up, Sal. I'm just going to be real quick. Good evening, Mayor and staff and community. I am just here to really encourage my colleagues to naming this park tonight, as having our staff go back and draw up the correct paperwork for this, because Jim has made these neighborhoods safe. I've lived here all my life. I've seen the east side of town. My grandparents lived on Columbia. I grew up on Dalla Valley till we moved to the other side. I have seen solar lights put in for kids. The canal has been covered. We've had so many accidents. When I was young, I would hear about things happening. Jim has done amazing things. Miss Anita Evans here, Pro Tem, has her district with ADA ramps. She has sidewalks. Some of the west side where I live, we don't have any of that. Jim made sure that this east side was taken care of because they did not have the ability or the voice to come out and speak to council and say, hey, we don't have sidewalks. We don't have this canal covered. Hey, we need street lights. It wasn't happening. And so I'm going to bring up some people here, especially a woman of the year in the city that can attest to all of Jim's accomplishments. And I would like to see this community, and I don't think they could even come close to somebody else that has done this much accomplishments in the city of Madera and should be honored for it. And if somebody could do that, I would totally reach out to them and say, give me a call, because I would like to sit and hear of somebody else that's done so much for our residents on the east side, I would totally entertain that, Councilman Venegas. So if you have time, bring them my way. I think that would be a great opportunity. But I want to honor somebody in our city that's done so much. We've kind of swayed away from that through the years. That's another reason I ran for council and to become an elected official, because things need to change. We need to go back to where we really appreciate the people that have been there on their own time, not on work time, on volunteer time, out there with the rakes, with the shovels, making sure that our community's been safe and providing them with all the things that people say the West Side has and the East Side doesn't. The East Side has been totally blessed to have Jim Talbert in their life. Truly. I just wish we'd have had him involved a lot more in some of these projects, and we wouldn't be in some of the mess that we're in tonight. So thank you for your time. And I give the time to the rest of the residents.
Sorry, you have to listen to me twice. Stillman Freddie again. And I, in a previous position with the county, worked with Jim his entire career when he was redevelopment agency. We usually had lunch once a week or thereabouts. First thing we did before lunch, would have to tour the project. He was so proud of the curbings, the sidewalks, the projects, the housing projects, the infrastructure, the acquiring of properties, and just one particular big project. You're all familiar with the shopping center at Tozier and Yosemite. That wouldn't have gotten done if the infrastructure wasn't done through redevelopment and Jim Talbert. Now, everybody knows it's not just one person in life. You have a team, but he put that team together. He had that vision. He had the support of the community, and where he didn't know somebody, he went out and met him and encouraged him. And he worked with the RDA/City Council to have them approve particular projects and the things that he thought were going to improve. The East Side, and in particular the Southeast Side, has tremendous, as Council Member Galegas has indicated, has prosperous over this, and there will be not a RDA in our lifetimes, but for the time we had it, the vision that Jim had, and he is a person that you had. I know you worked with him today on another capacity as pinch hitting. I know you all know him personally, except for maybe some city people. I worked with him as much or more than anybody in this city or county. And if there's one person you can point to and said he's responsible for it, he made it happen. He brought it to people like you, and one of them is sitting right over there. And this community, and in particular the East Side, because that's where redevelopment monies and projects and stuff. Jim shepherded it. We weren't always on the same page for financial reasons, but notwithstanding, he was an advocate for redevelopment in the city of Madera, and he saw that it got it done. And nobody deserves more credit than he for the things that he did during his tenure as redevelopment director. And I know something about redevelopment. I worked with Jim from the beginning of it, and a few years before that, I was the chairman of the oversight committee for Chowchilla, the chairman for the oversight committee for Madera, and then when it merged, and we almost never meet anymore except maybe once or twice a year, the chairman for the county-wide. So thank you for the opportunity. And whoever suggested the name, I was here on another issue, and I saw it on the agenda, and I said, I'll speak. But thank you for the opportunity, and you couldn't miss with a bet on naming it from Mr. Jim Talbert. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Gary Savanda. I served in the capacity you're serving at now for 12 years. All of that time while Jim Talbert served as the executive director of the redevelopment agency. And probably Cece and some of the others were forced into Jim's city tour, because as you were elected, within the first week or two, he put him in his car or truck and drove you through the east side of Madera because he wanted people to see, especially we that lived on the west side, what the conditions were on the east side. The need for affordable, good, safe housing, the need for sidewalks and streetlights and safe ways to schools. And he knew that only through convincing the electeds that things were going to change. And we did. We saw the need, and with Jim's persuasive consistency, we made some changes in Madera that I think we can still see today. And if it is the intent of the council to recognize someone whose career of work and the total of his work can be explained with numerous advances for the city of Madera, I think the name Jim Talbert, affiliated with your park, would be well served. He would also be a life well recognized. And I strongly suggest that you consider his name in the naming of the park. And thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sawanda.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Debbie Bray. I reside here in Madera, California. I could be a little bit redundant and talk about what everybody else has. You know, I remember meeting Jim within the first week that he arrived here in Madera as the executive director of the Madera Chamber of Commerce. He went from there to the Madera County Industrial Development Department, which now today is the Economic Development Commission. From there, he worked for Berry Development. Went to Fresno for a few months, but realized Madera was his home and he wanted to live and work in Madera. So he came back shortly thereafter and went to work for the Madera Redevelopment Agency. The criteria that showed tonight kind of messed up my whole presentation. So what I'm going to say, he was paid to do those jobs. Absolutely. But the Jim Talbert that I met within that first week of arriving here in Madera, he chose to do each of those jobs. He applied for those jobs because of the passion and the care that he has for humankind and for the community of Madera. He went above at each and every one of those jobs. He has served on boards of directors and commissions with the faith-based community. He is, I've always referred to him as Madera's golden boy because there isn't something that he has gone to accomplish that he hasn't been successful at. And he's brought so many of us with him. One thing that Jim has never asked for, but has received, is to be a mentor and a role model to many of us. From young to old, including myself, he has taken on a role unknowingly because he has had people who he has led, who have sought out his counsel, who have worked to reenact his actions and to try to learn to have the same type of emotion and compassion for this community that Jim has. And the results that we as a community have seen from this have been worth more than their weight in gold. And I think any young person that you talk to today that has met Jim Talbert, any of his former employees, will tell you that they are where they are today because of his mentorship. And whether it was the east side or the west side, I can tell you, I've had a number of conversations with Jim, and one of the things that I will never forget that I just really felt so impacted by was that he shared with me that after going to work for the redevelopment agency, that changed him as a person. It changed him because he wanted to be a person who mattered to the people who really need to see change made in this community, the ones who needed it the most. Those are the people in each and every one of your districts that he has touched, unknowingly to many of them, but to us, we know that. And therefore, I do encourage you, Artemio, Councilmember Villegas, I respect what you did have to say, but I think based on history and the respect that we have for Jim Talbert, I think, and I'd like to encourage the council to move forward in naming the park Jim Talbert Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Pro Tem, if I may, and Hilda, do you think I can have a public comment? I had a late message that came. So can I speak on behalf of that, or should I speak that on my own time?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, I had a text come over, just wanted to share support for the
Oh.
naming of the Jim Talbert. And this is from Supervisor Poitras. It's out in DC, was asked to speak on behalf of this item and is not available. So he said if I would just let them know that he supports that as well.
You have just done that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now close public comment. And you just gave my colleagues. Anyone else wanting to speak?
That was a public comment.
That was your public comment. So now.
I just want to say, the same thing. When I first moved to Madera, I didn't know who Jim was, but I got an opportunity to serve on the school board. And I heard the name just constantly coming up. And finally I got to meet him when we were trying to negotiate a site for the now Virginia Lee Rose School. And during that time, I know that former president of the school board, Rick Arredondo, had pushed the idea out, and this came into fruition because Jim was also instrumental, alongside of their supervisors, of course, Mac at the time, Supervisor Navarez, but they really were instrumental in pushing this out. So that's how I got to know Jim personally. And then after my tenure at the school board, I came on board at the city council. And like you said, Estelle, the first thing he did was to get me involved in a ride-along to see what Madera looked like. And based on my walking and campaigning and canvassing the east side, I kind of had familiarity with it, right? I mean, to me, it was like my hometown. So he had an opportunity to show me what projects were being built, what projects were done, especially with RDA, and what the plans were to continue to push RDA before RDA was pulled out. But I do want to say Jim has stepped up in many different roles. Now he serves as an interim for the Housing Authority as well, where he's been just very instrumental also with our board in helping us. Again, looking out for the housing, public housing, which affects a lot of the folks that are here in our community, regardless if you're on the west or east side or north or south, whichever. It's impacted the community in itself. But he knows it all. He knows where everything's at, obviously, and that's why I think he's got a lot of support from a lot of folks. Like you said, to others, people don't know him, but those that do have seen the work that he's put out here, and for that, I too would be in strong support of naming that. Now, I certainly share the sentiment that Councilmember Villegas, with folks from the community, they should have also a word and a say. But I think that if they knew Jim, and what he's done, I think by all means they would also say, you know what, this is a man that's put a lot of the facilities that we have around here. So I think they would be in agreement as well. So with that, I move in support of naming that park. And I want to say it's Jim Talbert or James Talbert. I know that I would have put my name in the hat, but after I knew that was him, I think I still got a lot to go.
Thank you very much.
But there's always town and country, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Montez?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody for speaking. And I know I gave my spiel last time in public comment, but I know Jim was paid to do a job. I think everybody recognizes him being a great person and a great person in the community for the things that he did that he wasn't paid for. He wasn't paid to mentor. He wasn't paid to encourage. I can say that I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. And it wasn't because of a campaign contribution. It wasn't because of advice on the campaign. It was because of the contribution that he made to me as a nobody that he plucked out of City Hall and said, hey, you're good. We recognize that. I'm going to give you a chance. And you start believing in yourself because of him. And you start seeing the contributions that you can make, and you want to be like him. I think his intentions I think that's what everybody recognized, not that he got paid to do something, but he had good intentions to do good in the community and make the community better. So I gave my spiel last time about everything that, how impactful he's been in my life, but not just in my life, but in the community. And I'd be in support of naming the park after Mr. Talbert.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mejia? Councilwoman Mejia?
I may have pressed the hand. No, that wasn't it.
No,
She's got her own hand.
No, this is online.
That's online.
Thank you, Mayor, Presidents, who took the time to come in first to provide their input. I was also mentors and role models here in Madera. I think that at a time of great polarization, our community can still take pride in the fact that in Madera, no matter where you come from, you can still find a community willing to help each other. And Mr. Talbert is a great example of that. With that, I'd like to express my support of naming the park after Mr. Jim Talbert.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now ask for a motion of my colleagues. Oh, excuse me. Wait 1 second, please.
I just had one more thing. Nobody's mentioned. I thought somebody was going to mention. Jim coached for years his kids and his kids' friends. And with all that coaching, he has brought leaders into this community that I can't even write down. I would need pages and pages and pages of all the influence he has done on our young people that are now adults. So there's another thing. And the mayor's prayer breakfast, what a success that is. That was Jim Talbert's thing. A lot of improvements that were done in the city were not done because he got paid. He did a lot of them because that's what he did with his young boys and girls that were growing up in this community, and the lives that he touched through them is amazing. And so I want to thank him for that also.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much. I just closed out. I'd like to ask the city clerk for directions, please. Oh, no, I'd like to ask for a motion. Please forgive me.
I think more so direction.
It's for direction at this time.
Okay.
And right now you have a majority that has expressed an interest in proceeding with the renaming of the park, as noted. And the appropriate motion would be to proceed with that process, including the setting of a public hearing. Okay. And I think the setting of the public hearing would also meet some of Mr. Villegas's comments.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I move to approve what Hilda said.
I'll second that.
So there we go. City clerk.
So do you want us to?
Do we need a thumbs up, thumbs down?
Okay. Yeah. So you have.
Yes.
Yes.
And Councilman Rodriguez second.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
No.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes.
Okay, we will move right along to our public hearing. And the Madera Municipal Code MMC ordinance text amendment relating to the wireless facility on the private property and small wireless facility and the public rights of way policy. And that presentation is going to be by James Troyer, a contract senior planner.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, would you please just open the public hearing? Just say, I hereby open the public hearing.
I hereby open the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is James Troyer, Contract Senior Planner, and this is an ordinance text amendment 2020-02, a new telecommunication ordinance and small wireless facility in the public rights-of-way policy. What is a text amendment? A text amendment is a proposal to amend the Madera Municipal Code. It requires City Council action. It requires an introduction and a first and second reading, and if approved, it'd be codified in the municipal code. If within the zoning ordinance of the municipal code, it must be recommended by the Planning Commission to the City Council. The commission recommended this ordinance and the right-of-way policy to the City Council at its July 26th special meeting.
Excuse me, sir. Maybe back up just a smidgen from your mic. It's kind of muffly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So staff is currently processing several telecommunication ordinance under our existing Chapter 3, Section 10-3-419 of Title 10 of the Madera Municipal Code. This section of the municipal code hasn't been amended in a number of years, and unfortunately the city's regulations are no longer consistent with current federal and state case law. And new regulations are necessary to regulate telecommunications projects in a legally defensive manner and make it consistent with federal and state case law. This is some of the regulations that we're going to talk about in this PowerPoint. The Federal Communication Commissions, the FCC, released the small cell order, and this put a time limit for staff to review projects.
James, sorry for the interruption, but we can't see your PowerPoint presentation, and I think you just alluded to that there was a presentation.
Oh, okay. Now?
No, we still cannot see it.
Let's see.
Perhaps our contract counsel, special counsel, Mr. Johnson, do you have the PowerPoint handy by any chance?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I actually have it, James, so I can pull it up on my end.
So while the city manager is pulling it up, I'd like to introduce Mr. Johnson, who's with the law firm of Telecom Communications, who's assisted staff in preparing this very complicated ordinance and very long policy for you, for your consideration this evening. And I assume he will be making some comments after Mr. Troyer.
So James, if you wouldn't mind telling me what slide you would like me to.
I think it was right there.
You were right.
The new regulations, FCC small cell order.
Okay, that's where that's exactly where we're at. So
okay,
continue, and then you can just tell me next.
Yeah. So this required city staff to turn over wireless applications. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you if we seem to be doing that tonight, but this is a formal public hearing, so we have to have at least 4 people on the dais or 4 people present.
We have Elza.
We have also online.
That's 3. Oh.
No, she's online.
That's 4. Okay. But it's a public hearing and everybody should be present for the entire hearing.
I thought that we're still having.
We can take a recess if people need to recess. All right. So we'll wait for Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Okay, James, we're ready.
Okay. So again, the small cell order put time limits on the amount of time that we can spend on applications. 60 days for co-locations, which are typically right-of-way projects, and 90 days for non-co-locations, which are typically locations on private property. And these time periods are known as a shot clock. Next. So California Public Utilities Commission, their case law established a limited right to use roads in a manner that does not inconvenience the public use of the right-of-way. Right to use the right-of-way is subject to local government's reasonable time, place, and manner regulations. And courts hold that the local jurisdictions have the aesthetic authority and must reconcile their authority with limitations of the small cell order. Next. So Ms. Montoy introduced Mr. Johnston, who the city retained to develop this new ordinance. and the regulations proposed to address wireless facilities on private property, and a council policy that's adopted by resolution tonight, recommended to be adopted by council tonight in a resolution form in the right-of-way. The right-of-way policy is preferred to an ordinance because it's easier for the staff and the council to make changes by resolution rather than by ordinance. And the right-of-way policy is recommended to be adopted tonight and subject to future amendment by council resolution when changes to case law make it legally necessary. And the recommendation would be to waive the first reading and introduce OTA 2020-02, adding Chapter 9 to Title 10 of the Madera Municipal Code, and recommend a city council adoption of a small wireless facility in the public rights-of-way. Recommend that the city council adopt a categorical exemption pursuant to section 15061B3, the general rule exemption pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And if the ordinance is introduced tonight, the council will consider a second reading on October 19, 2022. That concludes my report. And as I stated earlier, Mr. Johnson is available for any technical or legal questions.
All right, thank you so very much. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public?
Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Johnston is here to make any further comments and enhance the presentation made by Mr. Troyer. And then once he's done, I'll make a couple of comments as well on clarification regarding the resolution.
Okay.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Michael Johnston. I'm a partner at the telecom law firm, and we have brought this item before you for the primary purpose of finding regulations that are consistent, local regulations that are consistent with federal law, applicable to the types of facilities that you're going to see most often now, which are located in the public rights-of-way on streetlights and utility poles. They tend to look like small pieces of equipment mounted on the top of those pieces of infrastructure. And the FCC has created a set of rules that require cities to act much faster than their typical permitting processes require, which is the fundamental reason for this change before you tonight. The second reason is to update the procedures and regulations for macro facilities, right? The big cell towers that you'd see on private property or located on buildings. So that is the accompanying set of regulations that we've provided for you tonight. Aside from that, I'm happy to answer any technical questions about this infrastructure and the legal frameworks that limit local regulations to regulate the infrastructure in the city, and I'll leave it to Ms. Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Just a little bit of clarification. So you have an ordinance and you have a resolution before you, and the public hearing is intended to address both. The ordinance is intended to be introduced today. However, we're asking that you wait until the time that you have the second reading for the ordinance to adopt the resolution, because the resolution includes some language that needs to be completed after you introduce the ordinance, and that would be a little clearer. But Mr. Conti's also on the line. I know that over the last year, your department has received many applications for these kinds of equipment, and it presents very difficult situations for staff, and in trying to make sure that you're meeting the legal requirements, and that you're not getting stuck with equipment and facilities that you don't want in your city because of these very strict shot rules or shot clock rules that they have established. So I don't know if Gary wants to present anything else on this before you open it up to the members of the public. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Toyle. I don't want to encumber everybody. I think what was well said tonight by both James Toyer as well as Michael Johnson probably cover all the aspects, but we're happy here to answer any specific questions that you may have on us.
City Clerk, do we have anyone? Anyone in the public? Well, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay, Mark.
And no one on Zoom.
Okay, I'll close public comment. My colleagues, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So maybe this question for Michael. Michael, in looking at the staff report, I did see that, there are certain laws or regulations that we as a local agency have as far as land use and what have you. So I just want to be clear, the Federal Telecommunications Act, pretty much what it says that we have some authority as far as zoning and what have you. But then this other deal, the small cells order, pretty much, I don't know if that overcomes all those other areas. I know that there's litigation across the nation with that, but how does that affect our authority to be able to designate certain land use and its local zoning?
Sure. So the federal law that you mentioned, the Telecommunications Act, is the set of federal laws that tell local jurisdictions the extent of their authority. So your local zoning authority is preserved to the extent not limited by the Act. And what the Act does, it imposes some procedural limitations and some substantive limitations. The primary substantive limitations are that cities cannot effectively prohibit or actually prohibit the provision of wireless services in their communities, and that they cannot regulate the radio frequency emissions of these facilities to the extent that those emissions comply with FCC rules and guidelines. In addition, the procedural limitations are that you have to act within a reasonable time on particular applications, and that you have to issue written decisions based on substantial evidence in a written record. Given those limitations, the FCC has also adopted a set of sub rules, right? Their own regulations interpreting and clarifying what that set of federal laws means. And in doing so, they've established different regulatory classifications for different types of facilities. And one of those types of facilities are called small wireless facilities, or small cells. And what small cells are intended to do is to fill in these very small, capacity gaps in the network, not necessarily where places have coverage, but they're limited. They have limited bandwidth, inability to, make a fast data connection at a particular congested point in the network where people congregate, right? So your downtown centers or other places, venues, places where people congregate and there's a lot of stress on the network at a particular location. Small cells are intended to relieve that that strain on the network. And so the FCC, in its wisdom, decided to adopt a set of rules that further limited local authority with respect to that particular type of application. So they say that you have to act on an application within 60 or 90 days, soup to nuts, right, from when it's submitted to when you've got shovel-ready permits. And it further restricts your ability to deny those applications for what might cause an effective prohibition, right? It narrows the reasons that you could say no to an application. So the FCC's rules were deemed not in conflict with federal law. The Ninth Circuit actually did uphold the FCC's ruling in August of 2020. So those regulations are essentially clarifications of federal law, and they're not they do not supersede or contradict. They're intended to clarify.
Thank you. So in this case, then the city would still have some say as far as the aesthetics of what they're putting in our city, right? With respects to like the land use, for example. I mean, a lot of these towers are we look at them and they may not be aesthetically appealing to folks, but that's still something that we have, and maybe that's something that Gary may answer. But I just want to make sure that there's still some flexibility in the cities. I understand that the laws say, hey, this is what you can and can't do as a local authority, but do we have any flexibility as far as the aesthetics of it?
Aesthetics are the area of the law where the city retains its the most flexibility, right? So the things that are of primary local concern are what it looks like, and the ordinance before you tonight and the policy that will be back before you in 30 days are intended to bolster your ability to make those decisions by providing very detailed aesthetic regulations and guidelines, what they can look like, the types of materials used, overall height, concealment requirements, stealthing, right? So that the sort of state-of-the-art concealment measures that you might see, fake trees, that sort of thing, instead of just bare bones, bare infrastructure, blotting the community. So yes, you have more flexibility, and these regulations are designed to enhance that to the maximum extent permitted by law.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you answering that question.
Okay, anything else from my colleagues? I'd like to ask for a motion from my colleagues, please.
Hilda, that was C11 and C13.
I'm sorry, it would be to introduce the ordinance, and then at the second reading, the resolution will also be brought back.
So then it'd be just C11.
Correct, just the ordinance.
So I move to approve item C11.
Second. All right. City Clerk, please, would you?
I'm sorry, and when you, it's all, and also the CEQA, and also the CEQA.
And C1,
Yes.
C1
and 3.
And 3.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Oh, it's all three
C11 and C13. I had it right the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, he had it highlighted on his paper.
Okay, C11 and C13. And Alicia, would you take roll, please?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez? Yes. Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
I'd like to abstain.
She's abstaining from the vote. Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you so very much. And we have C2, the public hearing. So we did C1 and C3.
The next item is C2.
No, so we did C11 and C13.
Oh, okay, please forgive me. I'm sorry. Okay, now we need the adoption or no?
The next item is C2, the public hearing on the community block grants.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Tonight I'm going to be presenting on the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. I'm going to share my screen.
Excuse me, Ms. Zuniga, can you have the Mayor Pro Tem open the public hearing before you start the presentation?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, can you open the public hearing?
Yes, I can, sweetie. Okay, public hearing regarding the program year 2021 to 2022 Community Block Grant, the CDBG. Consolidate annual performance and evaluation report, the CAPRs, and the financial summary. And it will be by Ms. Zuniga.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, now we open the public to the public. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is a public hearing for the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, the CAPR. Just as a refresher of what the CAPR is, it's required as part of the Community Block Development Grant, CDBG, part of that funding source. The annual report, it's an annual report showing progress made consistent with the goals set in the program in the fiscal year. In this case, the 2021-2022 action plan. The average allocation that the city receives is slightly less than $1 million per year. The CAPR provides HUD with data regarding the individuals served, the project activity detail, and the achieved outcomes for those subrecipient contracts approved by council. The CAPR requires citizen participation. On September 7th, 2022, a public notice was published. At the start of the program year, the 2021 program year, the total CDBG balance was almost 1.7 million. And that included the current year's allocation, as can be seen in the chart, or in the, so the 2021 allocation was $949.42. It also included previous balances that had carried over from unexpended projects. We can see there were balances from 2016, 2018, 19, and 20. It also included program income adjustment. That is, it's an estimate of what the city anticipates may be received throughout the program year. And those payments come from the revolving loan fund program that we also administer. In total, the city expended over 1.4 million throughout the 2021 program year. That allowed us to meet the HUD timeliness requirement for the year. Accomplishments for the year include the Community Action Partnership of Madera County. They have 2 grants, two regular CDBG funding, the Rapid Rehousing and the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. There were a total of 54 services provided to 54 local residents. They also provided treatment and job placement to 279 individuals. The Olive Safe House provided care to 30 victims of human trafficking. The Madera Coalition for Community Justice Street Art Program served 87 youth in community paint events. The Madera Coalition for Community Justice Rental Assistance Program assisted 392 residents that were at risk of eviction or utility shutoff. Pequeños Empresarios served 178 clients through training workshops that improved their academic achievements, social skills, and communication. The Madera Rescue Mission provided homeless services to 119 individuals. Of those individuals, 6 obtained permanent housing and 8 secured full-time employment. Habitat for Humanity Exterior Paint Project provided exterior painting for 6 homes. They also completed repairs to the homes that eliminated health and environmental hazards prior to the painting. Part of the CDBG CARES money, that we have 4 grants for this funding, and Community Action Partnership of Madera County has the Rental and Rapid Rehousing Program. It provided 63 households with rental and rapid rehousing assistance. The Madera Coalition for Community Justice provided eviction and utility shutoff prevention to 919 households. The Madera Downtown Association provided emergency relief to 8 businesses. The Madera County Economic Development Commission provided emergency business relief to 12 businesses. The CABR requires a public review and comment period. We published the CABR and made it available at the City Clerk's office on September 7th, 2022. During the 15-day public comment period, no comments have been received by staff. The public review and comment period will expire at 5 p.m. on September 22nd, 2022. Next up, staff is requesting for council to open the public hearing, adopt a resolution approving submission of fiscal year 2021-2022 CABR and financial summary report to HUD. Staff will submit the approved fiscal year 2021-2022 CABR to HUD. That concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much. Alicia, do we have anyone wishing to speak for public comment?
I have no written public comment.
And Mark, do we have anything?
And no one on Zoom.
Okay, I will now close public comment, and I'll ask my colleagues if they would have anything they would like to say.
I'll move to approve item C2.
Second.
Alicia, please.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Thank you so very much. Now we have C3, and that's the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, Update and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And the presentation is going to be by Heather Bassian. Please forgive me if I said your name incorrectly. Provost and Mr. Pritchard.
And you can formally open that public hearing, please.
And the public hearing is now open.
Heather, if you can just give me a second. This is Arnoldo. I would like to introduce Heather. Heather's an engineer with Provost and Pritchard, a local engineering firm. The city retained Provost and Pritchard to assist the city prepare the 5-year urban water management plan, as Heather will get into, and as I was outlined in your staff report. The urban water management plan is a mandatory study that that jurisdictions have to prepare every 5 years. The city last prepared it, and it was adopted by council in April of 2017. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Heather. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolando.
Heather, please forgive me, sweetie. Can we take just maybe a couple minute break, if possible, so everyone can possibly take care of their business. Just a 2-minute break.
So Heather, if you can just give us 2 minutes, if that's appropriate. Thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to do so. Let me go ahead and share my screen so you all can see it. All right. Hopefully you can see the presentation now.
Yes, we sure can.
Excellent. Well, thank you again, Arnaldo, for the wonderful introduction. Good evening, council members and Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'll start by saying Provost Pritchard is very happy to be continuing to work with the city, preparing this important plan for you all to stay in compliance with legislative requirements. Arnaldo gave a little bit of an overview of what the plans are for, and I'll talk a little bit more about that tonight. And then provide some details on what's in the plans. But I would like to invite you to interrupt as I'm talking. If there's a question, as we step through things, it might be easier to ask it in stream of the presentation as opposed to at the end. So if you have a question, please feel free to interrupt me. So tonight we'll talk a little bit about the purpose of the two plans, why we're updating them, what purpose they serve for the city, a little bit about the content of each of the plans, and then at the very end we'll talk a little bit about what the next steps are that we will go through to finalize, adopt, and get those submitted to the state on the city's behalf. As Arnaldo mentioned, the purpose of the Urban Water Management Plan is governed by legislation. The Urban Water Management Planning Act and Water Conservation Act of 2009 is what started the process of preparing these plans. And the goal of them is just to give the city a tool to manage your water supplies, keep up with conservation efforts that are required by the state or just in good practice, and ensure that your water supplies as you go forward in the growth of the city are available for future generations. There are several sections that are required by the Urban Water Management Plan guidebook that's produced by the Department of Water Resources each year. Those are listed on the right side of your screen there. And we will talk about several of them tonight. And then the purpose of the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, the WSCP, we talk in acronyms a lot. Please stop me if I say one that is unfamiliar. But it is required also by the Urban Water Management Planning Act. And then it's further codified in the California Water Code to be a separate document. We'll talk a little more about that in a moment, but it used to be a portion of the Urban Water Management Plan. Now it is a standalone document. And the reason for that is to give the city the ability to update it if necessary without having to go through and update the entire Urban Water Management Plan also. But the purpose of the water shortage contingency plan is to address any level of water shortage by the city that the city is experiencing. Most often people think about it in terms of drought because that's what we experience most often when we're talking about water shortage, but it really is intended to be used for any type of water shortage, be that a natural disaster, heaven forbid something terrible were to happen with an organized attack, if there was a massive energy failure and wells were not able to pump, any of those types of situations would also be a time when the water shortage contingency plan can be utilized. So the steps that are in that plan help for the city to be able to deal with any of those situations. And again, the sections that are in that plan are also required by DWR and are listed there on the right side of your screen as well. So what is in your urban water management plan? As Arnoldo mentioned, it is an update to a previous plan. The city has been updating their plan each 5 years as required by the state. And so we wanted to reflect the current service area of the city, which is you see in yellow on your screen. But the plan also includes the entire sphere of influence as it currently stands today, which you also see on your screen. And the purpose for that is that the planning horizon for this document is 20 years, goes through 2040. And so we wanted to make sure that we were covering the most obvious places for growth in the sphere of influence for that planning period. There are instances where the city may experience a growth opportunity outside of that sphere, and in which case you might be requested or requiring a developer to prepare a water supply assessment if it meets those code requirements for that document. In that case, the water supply assessment would typically lean on the urban water management plan for the city as the document to support it. If you're outside of the sphere of influence, then the water supply assessment can lean on the urban water management plan, but will also have to provide its own analysis. So that's a little bit of the difference that we find when there is development that happens outside the sphere. So just wanted to make the council aware of that in case you weren't. It's a little bit of an atypical situation. And then the next piece that was really important, we worked with city staff for a little while to make sure that we had this documented as well as we could and established in a way that felt feasible and realistic for the city. But the population projections for the plan are important because the entire water projection for the plan is based on the population. It's a population-based water projection. And so working both with information from the Department of Finance and with the city on what past growth characteristics have looked like and what the city feels the future growth characteristics might look like, we settled on a 1.1% population growth. So the graph you see on your screen, the orange line is historic population growth, and you see that varies a little bit each year. And so we take the average there and look forward and see if that's appropriate to continue to use that average. And so the population numbers you see above that graph are the population values that we use for the water projections, which I'll speak about on the next screen. So the water system demands and supply, we'll talk about both in this slide, but I wanted to give you a little background on the basis of how those are established because it is probably a little bit cumbersome for folks who don't use it on a daily basis. We'll talk about the targets, but the basis for your water projections are 196 gallons per person per day, or GPCD is the acronym that we use for that, going into the future up to 2040. And there are two exceptions there. We want to make sure that we're making realistic projections for the city, so you're addressing future legislative requirements. And we know that there is an indoor water use standard that is coming that will be effective for the first tiers in 2025 and the second tiers in 2030. And those standards are going to reduce residential uses. It only applies to indoor residential uses to 55 gallons per person per day in 2025 or 55 in 2025 and 50 in 2030. And so you'll see that there's a couple reduced numbers, 183 GPCD and 167 GPCD. Those are the numbers that we use starting in 2025 and then again in 2030 to make sure that we're reflecting what that new legislation is going to require the city to comply with. I wanted to explain the graph a little bit. So the orange line is, again, the historic number. That's the gallons per person per day that we've been, or the water use total in acre foot for the city. And you'll see it was kind of at a high in 2005 and then it started slipping off. And as you know, that's not because the population was decreasing, but because the city was getting more water conservative. The drought was in the middle of that period. So there was a lot of mandates from the state that required different measures to be taken. So you notice that that graph goes down, and you might ask, why does it then jump back up? And that's because we're using that 196 GPCD as the 2020 target. In the next slide, I'll explain all these targets a little bit more, and it'll make a little bit more sense. But we wanted to make sure that we were being conservative in the planning for the city. We weren't being overly aggressive in projecting the water demands, so that if you got 10 years down the road and you were using more water than we projected, the state might look unfavorably upon the city in that regard. So we wanted to make sure we were staying within the legislative requirements, but also still giving the city plenty of space to grow as things change. We know that the last few years have been very water conservative years. That may not be the case in the next, the next 10 or 20 years. I'm not sure that anybody's crystal ball is quite that clear on how that will all play out. So we wanted to make sure we gave the city enough space to grow smartly. So those are the demands, and then the supplies, because the city is an entirely groundwater dependent system, the supplies will really just rise to meet the demands as you move forward. And we know with Sigma in play, there will be recharge requirements and other things that will take effect. Surface water will probably be part of that equation, but more on the recharge side of things to offset groundwater pumping. And we did not plan for treated surface water as a supply for the city as a direct potable supply. So you'll notice that in the plan, there's just a groundwater component for that. And as mentioned, I'd explain the numbers a little bit more in detail, and I'll do that with the slides. So in 2010, Senate Bill X77 came into effect. And what that did is it required all urban suppliers, so anybody who has more than 3,000 connections or delivers more than 3,000 acre feet of water a year, those suppliers were required to reduce their consumption by 20% by year 2020. And here we are in the compliance year. The document that we're preparing is in response to the compliance year. So we're in this document, we document how we went through from the baseline, the 2010 baseline, which was the average use for the preceding 10 years of 245 GPCD, and then 20% less than that gets us to a 2020 target of 196. So those are the flat lines that you see on the graph. The green one is that baseline number. The blue is actually an interim target that DWR asked us to set just to make sure that the urban suppliers were actually making progress towards that 20% savings by 2020. And then the kind of red-ish orange line that's also flat is the ultimate 2020 goal. And then you'll notice in the text that your actual numbers you were hitting in 2015 at 132 and in 2020 at 119 were significantly better than the targets. So the city did a really great job in implementing conservation efforts and reducing water demand. But as I mentioned on the last slide, we wanted to make sure that we didn't overpromise and assume that the city was going to continue to meet at 119 or something close to it. As you can see from the orange line, that's already ticking up a little bit as we came out of like 2018, 2017, it's already starting to tick up a little bit when we got to 2020. So we use the 196 target as the way to establish the water demand projections going into the future, just in case that number continues to rise a little bit. You're still well within the 20% reduction requirement by the state. There's some space to move there. So that's how we established the water demand projections. And I interjected the WSCP piece here in the presentation. It is a standalone document, but it used to sit at this point in the urban water management plan. You talk about the supplies and the demands, and then we would talk about water shortage situations and how the city would be able to deal with those. So in the 2015 plan, you had that as chapter 8 in that document, and there was 4 shortage stages that were discussed. Less than 10% of supply reduction all the way up to a bracketed realm range of 35 to 50%. In our new plan, we have 6 stages. As I mentioned, it's a standalone document. And we still go from that under 10% as our lowest stage, which we sit in, pretty often. But then the highest stage is anything over 50%. So just trying to be planning to give the city tools to be able to deal with a water shortage that's pretty significant, losing half of your water supply in one situation. So when you look at that document, you'll find that at each level through the document, it's very similar to your existing water shortage or your water conservation ordinance. There's just some expansion of each of those levels so that we address the percentages broken apart the way they are now. But it's very familiar information to your previous plan. It's just kind of explained a little more detailed, and it's a little broader on each item. And then the last item in the urban water management plan are the demand management measures. And this is just an opportunity for us to explain how the city's been doing as far as how they've been reaching those conservation goals. So the left side of your screen are the required elements. Those are required by DWR. They're in the guidebook, and the city's meeting all of those. You've been doing most of those for many years. Which is why you have done such a great job in water conservation. And then the other side of the screen, the right side of the screen, are the optional measures that the city can implement, those and many others. And the city is doing obviously a great job at putting all these programs into place. There's many rebate programs, the commercial and industrial conservation program. Those programs all are very effective at reducing water demands, and as is shown in the numbers, have been very impactful. So that is a general overview of what's in the plans. And like I said, I'm happy to answer questions. This is a little bit of an understanding of how we get from where we are today at the council workshop and the public hearing. And then if the council chooses to adopt today, then we'll go straight into submittal to DWR and getting a copy to the State Library in the County of Madera. I understand the council may have questions and want to ask those and then consider the plans for a little bit of time, in which case we might come back in a couple weeks or a month to represent and allow the council to consider adoption at that point. But once we do adopt, we'll submit to DWR. DWR does take a little bit of time to review. We're seeing plans that have been submitted for about a year that are getting reviewed now. They are getting through them, but it is taking a little bit of time. So we'll anticipate that it'll be probably something similar once we submit the city's plan. And you may ask, what is that impact to the city? And so I wanted to touch on that. Essentially, if the city does not have a current plan submitted, then you're not eligible for certain funding programs. So once we have the plan submitted, you essentially have that document with DWR. And while they're in the process of reviewing, it does allow you to proceed with different funding applications or to execute if there's any funding applications that you have waiting to execute some of those funding applications. So that is really the impetus for getting it submitted in a timely manner to DWR, so that isn't holding up anything you have on the grant side of things. And that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you so very much, Heather. Alicia, do we have anyone for public comment?
We have no written public comment.
And Mark?
And no one on Zoom.
Okay, I want to close public comment at this time and ask for discussion from my colleagues, if any.
Running out.
Tim, I do have one question.
Running out.
Sorry. Yeah, question for Heather. On that slide, it showed that the amount of conservation that was required was 20%, but based on the 2020 data, it looks like we're almost over 50%, correct? Now, and some of the, I didn't know if your chart was showing that we're starting to creep up a little or not, or are we still within that same, I mean, because that's quite a bit of conservation of water. And you know, there's still maybe it's some demand for this city to even do more at some point if we face another drought. But I mean, I know you can't speak for the surrounding areas or anything like that, but I mean, I wish there was something in place that would require them. And I know with Sigma, that's also happening as we speak, and they have a target date. But I mean, that's a big pinch for folks that are used to you know, just watering their lawns and what have you, and coming to this point, 50%, that's huge. I just want to make sure that was what I'm reading, 50% or more, I think, right?
Yes, sir. You are reading that correctly, and you are correct. That is a huge savings. I write not an insignificant number of these plans, and it is by far the largest 2020 goal I've seen met, with almost 50% conservation. And you are correct that when you saw the graph, it is coming up a little bit from the 2018 number. That was basically the lowest point in the graph that you saw. And it has come up a little bit in 2020. I haven't seen the 2021 data, so I don't know if that is showing the similar trend of it still rising a little bit. It wasn't rising at an alarming pace just from the graphical representation. So I think that, you know, that we're not seeing some massive rebound, but I think it's perfectly normal to expect that people are feeling a little bit looser on their conservation and, being able to use water a little bit more than they were, and still staying well within the 20% required conservation number because there is such a big conservation that has been seen by the city in the last 20 years.
Yeah, and not to beat a dead horse, but I think earlier, it was said how important our funds that we keep here are allocated to our infrastructure and even water for that purpose, because even though we've conserved 50% of water, our folks have experienced a higher than normal rate increase because of certain infrastructure. But I think it goes back to that same comment that I believe my colleagues made regarding the hospital, was that, these funds, we try to allocate whatever penny we can to try to conserve and don't pinch them in their pocket where it hurts them the most. Right. So thank you, Heather. Appreciate you giving us that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Montez.
Yeah, and so my question was kind of on the same in the same vein. Seeing that we're having a little bit of an uptick, you can tell from the data that it's more of a fatigue issue, or is it a diminishing returns, or is it infrastructure that we have, maybe more leaks or something? And I don't know if that would be somebody else can comment. Maybe, I don't know if that'd be Jamie, but can you drive that from the data, or do you even have an opinion on that? It sounded like you did, like people were just tired of conserving.
We are seeing a pretty widespread incidence of people being tired of conserving. It's not unique to the city of Madera by any means. People, have felt like they've been conserving for a long time, as it's still necessary. So there is a little bit of fatigue from that. There is also the fact that we're not sure, but we're starting to try to understand what the impact from people being home during the pandemic was. And if there was some increased water use because of that. Yes, they weren't going to the office, but if you think about it, when you go to the office, how much water do you use? And if you stay home, are you using more water? And so there's some levels of analysis going on just across the entire industry to understand if maybe that has some impact on it. And while we were talking here, there are an increased incidence of water loss. And I don't know, Keith, if you or Jamie, if you can speak to that more directly than I can.
Yes, Heather, I can jump in. The benchmark that was set by the state originally came in about the time that we had widespread installation of water meters throughout the city. So as the water meters became more and more common, the water usage did drop. Then about that time, we also went into a few years later, we went into the drought, and there are a number of factors that caused the water usage to drop. As far as the uptick, I can't really speak to that. Heather's probably hit that as close as we can get.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? At this time, I will close. I'll ask for a motion. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. For my colleagues?
So that would be a motion to
approve C3.
To approve the resolutions for urban water management plan update and water storage contingency plan.
Yes. Any motion?
That was a motion. I second that motion.
Was that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, and you second? Okay. Alicia, please.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you very much. And now we will enter into item D, petitions, bids, resolutions, ordinances, and agreements. And the first is D1, initiating the proceedings for the annexation of the Vineyard Estate Phase 3, Track S1-S02 and S1 S-03/TSM 2020-04, subdivision into the Community Facilities Direct 2005-1. And our presentation will be by Mr. Robert Smith, the senior planner.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. This project represents an annexation, the annexation number 13 for Vineyard Estates Phase 3 into the Community Facilities District, which is a way to create a special tax for public service funding throughout the city when generated by new development. The district to be annexed is highlighted to the west of the city, and the map shows other annexations previously brought into the district. The map was approved in 2021 for 135 lot residential subdivision, with conditions of approval requiring the applicant to make this annexation application. The assessment would be $524.41 per unit for this new annexation, and the recommendation is to adopt a resolution declaring the city's intention to authorize annexation of territory into the City of Madera CFD 2005-1 and include setting the date of special election for November 2nd of this year. Thank you very much. Staff are available for questions should you have them.
Thank you very much. Alicia, do we have any public comment? Anyone wishing
We
to
do
speak?
not, Mayor Pro Tem.
And do we have any comments, Mark, from anyone?
And no one on Zoom.
Nothing at all. Okay, I'm going to close public comment and ask for any comments from my colleagues. Seeing none, I ask for a motion.
I so move to approve D1 as presented.
Second.
And D2.
And D2, yes.
Oh, and D1.
Well,
and
D1,
D1 of D,
and D1,
D1
too.
of D1 and 2.
We need to change that.
Okay, tonight is quite interesting. And Alicia, please.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Very good. And now we will move on to D2, Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation Grant. And that presentation is going to be by Adam Romero. Is Adam present? Oh, there he is.
How's it going, guys? How's it going?
Hello.
Good. Thanks for having me. My name is Adam Romero, Parks and Recreation Department. I'm here to present the Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation Grant Award. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So a little background on the foundation. Dick's has a foundation called Sports Matter program. The city submitted a request for a donation or sponsorship to the foundation, proposing new batting cages to be installed at Lions Town and Country Park. We requested 15 grand, and they actually came in and awarded $25,000. The city is intending to install 2 batting cages behind ball field number 1 at Lions Town and Country Park. Currently, we have no local batting cages for the community outside of schools and I guess privately owned. This next is an aerial view of where these batting cages will go behind field number 1 in the gray spot, rectangle there. And this is what we envision. Some samples that we pulled up and found. We understand it's going to be open to the community, so these will be fully caged from the sides and over to the top as well for security purposes, as well as possible plumbing and our water feature and electrical. This is the area that we are talking about behind field number 1. It's a big, large grass area right next to the canal there. Recommendation for approving the Dick's Sporting Goods from Council, the grant award agreement in the amount of $25,000 as part of the Sports Matter program. That's it.
Very good. Thank you so very much. Alicia, do we have anyone in the public?
We have no written public comment.
And Mark?
And no one on Zoom.
And I want to close our public comment. Do we have any comments from our colleagues? Councilwoman Gallegos, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Evans. Adam, could you also just send us through an email those pictures of the batting cages?
Yes, I will.
In your presentation? Thank you.
Yes, I will. Yes.
Anyone else? Very good. I'd like to ask for a motion, please.
Move to approve item D2.
Second.
Thank you so very much. Alicia?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you very much. And we'll now move on to item D3, Madera Metro Transit Plan and Service Design Guidelines. And that's going to be by Ms. Zuniga.
Hi. Okay. Hello again. Let me start my slideshow. Let me share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, so this presentation is for the Madera Metro Transit Plan and Service Design Guidelines. Madera Transit Plan, back in, previously the city was awarded a $100,000 grant from Caltrans to develop a transit plan. On April 21st, 2021, the city retained WSP USA Inc. to develop the Madera Transit Plan. As the plan evolved, staff recommended a second phase to implement the recommendations found in phase 1. On July 20th, 2022, Council approved a resolution to approve the agreement with WSP for phase 2. The intent of the Madera Transit Plan is to evaluate the city's transit system and devise operational policy changes. It is also intended to improve connectivity with other modes of transportation, as well as improve systems to advance multimodal transportation within the region. It is also intended to evaluate the changes that should be implemented or enhanced in order to improve the efficiencies and the connectivity with current planned transportation systems. To complement the plan, design guidelines were put into place, and these were designed to establish policies and procedures when seeking transit improvements. These guidelines are to be used when considering bus route and stop design changes, bus stop development and other changes, fixed route scheduling, performance measurements. Phase 1 of the Madera Transit Plan focused on the network and redesign of the fixed route system, including identifying ideal bus stops. This included route schedules, reducing headways, assessing destinations by marrying land use patterns with public transit needs, and ensuring routes led to desired destinations. WSP consulted with the following stakeholders: the city's Transit Advisory Board, community members, and city staff. So for next steps and staff recommendation, phase 2 has already begun in August 2022 and is set to conclude April 2023. It'll include the following elements: a robust public outreach of route proposals, refining of route proposals. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving the final report of the Madera Metro Transit Plan and the city's transit system service design guidelines. That concludes the presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you so very much. Alicia, do we have anyone for public comment?
We have no written public comment, Mayor.
And Mark, do we have anyone?
And no one on Zoom.
Okay, I wish to close public comment. Do I have any discussion from my colleagues at all? Ms. Gallegos, excuse me, Councilwoman Gallegos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Evans. Just a quick question. On phase 2, we said robust public outreach of route proposal. What is robust? What is that? What's the definition for that? Of who was in that group?
So we have a plan in place to ask for community feedback. It includes forums, and it includes different outlets or different activities and going on throughout the in our community in the next coming month. We will be distributing flyers onto city buses, and David, you want to chime in? I think those are the major ones. We're looking for different ways to seek feedback from the community to ensure that the routes will in fact meet the needs.
Yes, and just to follow up and echo behind that, but we're basically taking a real aggressive approach and putting this information out there. Our public outreach window has already begun. We're looking to do it through November 5th, concluding with the Pomegranate Festival. So far, we've already done the Madera Fair on the 24th this coming weekend. We'll be doing booths in the park. We'll have several booths set up at different venues throughout the city of Madera, doing a presentation at Madera Community College, the senior programs at both Frank Burgon and Pan Community Center, having a table set up at Madera Social Services Department, and then we'll also have 2 community forums set up. So the presentation is more just an information, sharing it with the individuals. We've even done things on social media to where it's spreading the word of what the plan is, and then have them also do an online survey, while at the same time funneling them into our forums that are scheduled to take place. So.
Perfect. Thank you. You hit every avenue I was even going to mention. So thank you for that.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I now ask for a motion from my colleagues.
I'm sorry, does Councilmember Mejia have a question?
Oh, please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I received more details about the plan, and I really appreciate staff for forwarding that to me. I would really like to see a little more emphasis on reaching our monolingual Spanish speakers, and also a diversity in the outreach that we do. I know that a lot of residents in Southeast Madera, they don't always have access to internet, or are not always at the events that are part of the plan. So I would just really like to emphasize that we are very inclusive of these residents, because they are big users of public transportation. And like I mentioned during the last meeting, I had met with several, and they mentioned schedules and having access to them. So I would really like to see them included. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. I'm going to now close and ask for a motion.
Move to approve item D3, noting the request from Councilmember Mejia.
Second.
Thank you very much. Alicia, please.
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to D4, fare adjustments for Madera Metro and Dolly Ride. And that too will be presented by Ms. Zuniga.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can everyone see the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, this presentation is for the fare adjustments to the Madera Metro transit system. In response to Safety Advisory 20-01, pursuant to 49 CFR 5.25, Council adopted resolution number 20-58 on April 20th, 2020, which suspended fares for Madera Metro's fixed route system and limited dial-a-ride to disabled and senior passengers only. Given the improved COVID-19 situation, staff is proposing an updated fare structure for the Madera Metro transit system. Table 1 identifies what the transit fare structure was like pre-COVID. As it can be seen, the majority of the riders incurred a fare. The proposed fares would be effective January 1st, 2023. And Table 2 presents what staff is proposing, which basically allows for riders to not have a charge, with the exception of 2 populations, which is the general public, ages 18 plus, and companions of ADAP passengers. This map shows the dial-a-ride of the service area, and it is outlined in blue. And in summary, the updated fares would go into effect January 1st, 2023. This will allow community college students time to obtain the required school ID. The Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, otherwise known as LCTOP, state funds are apportioned to the city annually, and they will be used to offset lost revenues from rider fares. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving a modified fare structure for the fixed route transit system and limited dial-a-ride transit system, and rescinding resolution number 20-58. That concludes the presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you so very much. Alicia, do we have anyone for public comments?
We have no written public comment.
And no one on Zoom.
Okay, great. Thank you. I will close public comment. Any discussion from my colleagues? Councilwoman Gallegos, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Evans. Ms. Zuniga, could you also send us an email of that service area map?
Yes, I will get that to you guys.
Thank you.
Anyone else? At this time, we'll ask for a motion.
I so move to approve D4 as presented.
Second that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alicia?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you so very much. And we will now move on to administrative reports. We already concluded with E1. And now we will move on to E2, and that's Lions Town and Country Park Improvement Projects update by Mr. Hubert. Joseph? You're on mute. Hello, Joe.
Joe, can you hear us? Well, as I wait for Joe, he could be having technical difficulties. If it's okay, I can actually start.
Okay, very good. Thank you, City Manager.
Let me just give me a second here.
Okay.
Not too sure. We may.
Yeah, I'm having some problems with my computer. I don't know what keeps freezing, but can you hear me?
Hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we sure can, Joe.
Yeah, it keeps freezing, Arnoldo. If you could just start the presentation, I can go through it.
Yeah, can you just give me a second, Joe?
Okay.
Modern technology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. So this is just an informational presentation on the improvements that we've made at Town and Country. Per council request at the last meeting, we decided to give you some updates of what improvements we're making at the park. While the city has made improvements at all the parks, there's additional improvements that are needed throughout. We're aggressively pursuing grant funding while simultaneously developing new parks as part of subdivisions. For instance, Almond Park. Next slide. Some of you remember we've done improvements to ball fields 1 and 2. We've installed new exercise equipment. I think some of you were out there when we did that. We've done some renovations to the entrance on the north side, new solar panels, fencing modifications on the softball fields. We've removed all dead trees as we see them, and then smoke-free signage has been placed. Next slide, please. And here's some of the other things. We've the announcer box, we've done some renovations. There's the improvements to the ball fields, and also the exercise equipment that was installed. There was 8 new pieces. Next slide. And we continue to just keep doing things. We've painted the fences, and that's an ongoing thing, is just kind of updating everything there. We just last week put in a new drinking fountain, and we have plans to put in more as we get funding available. Next slide. Some of our planned things that we're doing, we have an ongoing emphasis on rodent and gopher control. We've recently purchased a new extermination machine. We are also in the process of doing renovations for the restroom alongside building Ball Field 1. We do have a project where we're looking at repairing there's a sunken concrete along ball field 8. And then we're also, we're going to try to repair cracked concrete throughout the park. Also ongoing is we're looking to paint all the backstops in the park as well. Next slide. And you can kind of see some of the things that we're working on. This is, we're looking to rehabilitate the trail. There's a picture of the sunken concrete. That's a priority for us right now. I think that's a little bit of a hazard. There's also, this is the bathroom that we're looking to renovate. So you can see what it looks like now. It'll look much better than that. Next slide. Some of the things that we do there, we have the Madera Eats events and movies in the park. Next slide. One of our potential projects, I think we've talked about this before, is that we've also submitted a funding request through Congressman Jim Costa's office for $850,000. As of now, we haven't been notified that we've been awarded. If this is awarded, then we'll go back to where you saw the reconstruction of the trail, that picture. That's what this will be applied to. And I believe that's the end.
Thank you very much. At this time, this requires no action. It was just informational, so that was great. I just want to put a 2-cent worth in, and I see my colleagues are as well. But thank you so much for the work that has been done out there and for the things that you are getting ready to do. The restrooms definitely need to be improved. So thank you very much. The water faucets and the trail. So I truly appreciate it. And I call on our Councilwoman Gallegos.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to do a shout out. Joe, you weren't here when Public Works stepped in and they took care of the landscaping out in front of that park and took out the bike racks and also cleaned out the water faucet. So we're a team here. We work together. So I appreciate them pitching in and helping out in that area. I just want to give those our employees that shout out. Thank you.
Very good. And Councilwoman Mejia? Okay, Mr. Rodriguez.
All right. Been pressing that. Sorry about that, Councilmember Mejia. I hope I don't put you on the spot there. Anyhow, I just wanted to thank Mr. Ebert also for all that's been done there at the park, especially recently, the recent upgrades to the park with respects to the workout stations. We had an opportunity, my Mayor Pro Tem and I, to walk through that, and I'm sure some of the other council members have done so as well. But certainly a great enhancement to the park. Madera Eats, movies out at the park. I'll continue to advocate for that trail. I know that we are waiting for some response from Congressman Costa's request or grant funding that we applied for. If the city or my colleagues would like to see this done a little sooner than later, then I would suggest that we look at other sources of revenue that we may have available and utilize that to ensure that we have safe walking trails there. I know that not too long ago we had an incident, and again, we don't want this to become a hazard for folks that are out there, whether biking or walking, and potentially be some litigation later that may cost more than what the trails are. So I don't want to put that as a scare tactic for the city, but I've certainly been advocating for this since my tenure here. And I don't know at what point we're going to get that funding, but if we continue to wait for it, I think we got to take action at some point. Those are my comments, but thank you for all that you've done. The park serves the whole entire city of Madera and even county residents, not only within the Little League and National Little League baseball teams, but also American League, I'm sorry, and in all aspects of it. So consider that like New York's Central Park. It's a big park that serves everyone here, and it has a big function for everyone. So I think those trails would certainly make it even better. So hopefully we can get something done sooner than later.
Yes. Okay, then. Well, thank you so very much, everyone. And let's move on now to E3, Professional Recruitment Service to conduct Director of Financial Services Recruitment. And that's recommendation. Is that Wendy?
Yes, I'm on Zoom. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, let's roll. So this is seeking authorization for staff to seek proposals for professional recruiting services specific to Director of Financial Services. This position has been vacant since August of 2021. We've conducted 3 recruitment cycles. While we received applications, no candidate of choice, that's kind of my HR term, has been identified for the city manager's consideration. So each recruitment costs about $2,600 in paid advertising, and then there are the soft costs involved with staff time. We are also using consulting services, which is at a higher cost than employing someone in the role. We do anticipate the recruitment, if we use a professional firm, to cost about $25,000. This would be basically hiring a headhunter to go out and contact people directly to try and get us that candidate we need on the city manager's team. So this item was not specifically provided for in the adopted budget. So we are seeking council's authorization prior to publishing the RFP. If we are authorized to proceed with that, what will happen is we'll publish it, we'll get the proposals, a firm would be selected, and then any agreement would come back to council for award, consideration of award. Depending on actual cost, we will review the budget. The finance director position was budgeted, as well as the staff that we have consulting. So as we move forward, there are salary savings, and that may offset this cost of hiring a firm to do the recruitment, and then also review for any other unanticipated savings we've already experienced. So that concludes the presentation. I can answer any questions if council has them.
Thank you so very much, Wendy. Do we have anyone, Alicia?
We have no written public comment.
And Mark, do we have anyone?
No one on Zoom.
Thank you so very much. I will now close public comment and ask for any discussion from my colleagues. Seeing none, I now ask for a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move we approve item E3 as presented.
Well, thank you so very much, both of you. I think it's been a long night, so it's kind of, everyone's kind of tired. So, Alicia, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Gallegos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia is absent. Motion passes.
Thank you so very much. Item F, the council member report, announcements, future agenda. This portion of the meeting is reserved for the mayor and council members to make a brief report on boards, committees, and other public agencies. At the public events, to request updates, to initiate future agenda items, and to take action or matters initiated under the section of the agenda. Under this section, the council may take action only on items specifically agendized and which meet other requirements for action. Thank you very much. And I will start with Councilwoman Gallegos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Evans. With the help of Chief coming down the steps, we have flowers for our city clerk who graduated. So congratulations, Alicia. We appreciate all your time and efforts and all that you do to make sure that you have the knowledge to make us a better and stronger city. So on behalf of all the council, we appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gallegos. I'm being told to give a speech over here.
Yes, speech.
So I thank you again for the recognition this evening. I completed I received my CMC, which is a Certified Municipal Clerk certificate. I was able to attend some training. This training helps deputy city clerks and city clerks get this certificate. And what it does is it teaches us to the ins and outs of the city clerk office. There's a lot of city clerks go from the CMC to the master municipal clerk. And at the end of once I hope to obtain that. I'm really nervous. I don't like public speaking. And this was one of my classes I took, so I should be better at it. But thank you again. And I believe I'm the first city clerk for the city of Madera to obtain this certification. So I know that a lot of city clerks positions throughout the state, it's recommended when they apply for other positions in other municipalities. So not that I'm going anywhere, but I am, or I hope not. I'm very honored to be able to carry this certification and give back to my community and just be better at hopefully better at what I do and to serve our community. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so very much.
So when everybody's done with the reports, if we can get a picture with Alicia up here.
Yeah, definitely.
When
definitely.
Hilda takes us into closed session. Okay.
Very good. Okay. And Councilman Montes?
Congratulations, Alicia. We didn't think you needed the training. Not that we didn't want to send you, but you do a very good job. So that's just, it's going to put you above and beyond. Mm-hmm. So congratulations. We did go to the California cities training ourselves. We didn't get any certificates though. There's a lot of good information out there. So I hope that we will be able to implement a lot of that stuff when we come, moving forward. And I did want to ask for a future agenda item regarding the Madera Community Hospital to put a resolution for a letter of support, or not a resolution, but approve a letter of support for the merger. That's something that can come back if.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. Okay. Thumbs up all the way around. We have 5 thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Thumbs up. Yes.
And it's a long night. So thank you, everybody. And one of these days I hope to be as thoughtful as Councilmember Gallegos.
Well, my soon-to-be son-in-law is pretty embarrassed because he had to come in and out. He was supposed to give it to the chief, but couldn't find the chief. Mm-hmm. So he was like, I'm so embarrassed. And I'm like, somebody dropped the ball, not me. And I think if Councilman Montes can mention that he got a promotion, I didn't get a chance. Yes, another plus for our city.
Very good. Congratulations. And now, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Well, I can tell you that I didn't get a promotion. It's okay. That's okay. There's plenty of promotions. I did want to report back on our League of Cities. I think it was a great event. I want to thank, first of all, our constituency for electing us and sending us out there. I believe that the more educated, more informed that we get out the League of Cities, we can come out here and do better as far as policies and giving direction to our city manager that can certainly execute a lot of these policies that we put in place. So first of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you, Alicia, for putting me on that layover that was like 7 or 8 hours. I appreciate that. Quite an experience, but I understand we do it because we're always trying to save our constituency money, and that's the great thing. So I'm willing to do that. And I had a great time. It was a lot of networking. I think we all really learned a lot from there. So I want to say thanks. Second, I wanted to also recognize, this was brought to me by a constituent here, a lady that will be celebrating her 100th year birthday. And this is Miss Flora Sumwalt. She turns 100 on Sunday, October 2nd. And I believe her grandson had asked that we recognize her. Not too many 100-year-old parties that I go to, but this is something to be recognized. Long time dedicated resident here in the city of Madera. Just wanted to give her a shout out and a happy centennial birthday. With that, I did want to bring back a possible agenda item to give us an update on what the cannabis process is thus far, where we're at with that. Not sure if the rest of the council members would agree to bring some type of update. I think people in Madera want cannabis, and we want to see at least those revenues that we can put them to use at Arnoldo. And last but not least, I know we talked about the Town and Country Park. So I also would ask to bring a separate agenda item to hopefully find another way of financing that trail that's been ongoing for years. As I mentioned before, I think it's a big park, not only to folks in certain areas, it's a city park. So if my colleagues would agree with me, maybe find an alternative way of bringing additional funds to get this thing done.
We have 5 thumbs up.
And with that, Mayor Pro Tem,
Thumbs up.
that concludes my commissioner reports, or
Okay.
councilman reports sometimes.
And Ms. Mejia?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to congratulate Alicia and also Councilmember Montes on your achievements. I would also like to thank the Mexican consulate for inviting myself and fellow council members to the celebration of Mexican Independence Day. It was Fiesta Mexicana. It was a very great celebration and we had fun out there. Also was part of the recent League of Cities conference where I got the opportunity to learn from fellow council members throughout the state and about their experiences. And I think that as council member Jose mentioned, it is important for us to learn as much as possible and try to save our city money. This whole month will be Hispanic Heritage Month. It began on September 15th and it ends on October 15th. As part of that, we have the opportunity to celebrate the achievements of Hispanic Latinos at all sectors and every level, city, state, national. I was also part of the Festival de la Chilena, which is a community event that has been organized for 11 years by residents in our community that are dedicating their time to keeping traditions alive. I was invited by La Mesa Directiva de Santa Maria Tindú, and I congratulate them on keeping this going for more than a decade now, 11 years, and just a great turnout that they have every single year and passing on cultural heritage to young generations of Maderans. Tomorrow, I will be part of Hispanic Heritage Month at Madera South High School, so I am looking forward to seeing the students and having them learn more about Hispanic heritage and contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villegas. Councilman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to say congratulations to Alicia and also Mr. Montes for what it was?
Promotion.
Promotion?
Received a promotion, yeah.
Oh, okay. Also, I want to clarify, the birthday of the lady is October 3rd.
It's what now?
Second.
I'm sorry, the what?
The birthday for the lady, 100 years.
Was it the
anniversary?
second?
It's on the 3rd.
On the 3rd. Did I say the second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for
So,
clarifying.
I just clarified that. And that's my report. Thank you.
364 days.
Very good. And I would like to offer my report as well. Today, I started back up my crunch with the councilwoman. I had 10 students at James Monroe Elementary. We sat and we just talked about community events, community problems. The young people have a lot to say, and we as older people need to listen. Well, I'll say older for me. We need to listen, but they had a lot to offer, and it was very good. It was a good meeting with each one of them. And we had pizza, and Alicia, I have the receipts for you. I'd like to also give recognition to, as I call her, our mama bear that takes very good care of all of us, because I know yes, that's what I call her. That's what I call her. Alicia, congratulations, baby. That's outstanding. And my giggle partner right next to me that laughs all the time, that gets me in trouble sitting up here when I sit in this seat here. Mr. Montes, congratulations. Congratulations to your parents. Very well. Sometimes you might need to take them in the back and talk to him a little bit, but anyway. Often? Okay. Also, I missed League of Cities. I am so upset. I had to call in that Friday to let Alicia know that I would not be going. Everyone, please, if you don't have your boosters, please get the boosters. COVID, I was down for almost 3 weeks and it was not any fun at all. It was horrible. As far as the young lady celebrating her 100th birthday, her daughter and I attended church together. Deanne Walters, she's a spectacular woman. Her mother is as well. Her son called me as well as others. I have been there at the hospital with Deanne when she was there at the hospital. So she's a very special lady and her mom is as well. So he asked for us to sign the card. So that's something quite close to my heart as well. We go to church together. And other than that, I just want to say, God bless each and every one of you. Tonight has been a long night. And I thank you guys for putting up for me, with me, sitting here. The mayor called me about 5:25 and said, I need you to sit in, and we send our get well wishes to the mayor. He's not feeling very well, so we need to make sure we keep him in prayer, keep our city in prayer, you know, our officers, the fire department, Chief Watson, I love you out there. And excuse me. Look, there was a problem going on today with we're there. Can you see him? Chief Watson, can you see Chief Lawson over there? I love you too. I love you. But listen, God bless each and every one of you. Safe travels going home. And Hilda, can you take us out, please?
I will take you into closed session.
Yes, please. Not literally taking us out, but anyway, take us to closed session.
For conference with labor negotiators under Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representatives Arnoldo Rodriguez and Dylan D. Silva, employee groups, General Bargaining Unit, Madera POA, Mid-Management Employee Group, Law Enforcement Mid-Management Group, unrepresented employees, Police Chief, City Engineer, Director of Human Resources, Public Works Operation Director, Director of Parks and Community Services, Information Services Manager, Chief Building Official, Director of Community Development, Director of Financial Services, City Clerk, and City Manager.
You're out.
You got to come back.
Hey, Hilda, can you bring us back, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The City Council met in closed session. Mayor Pro Tem was absent. Mayor Garcia was absent. The others were all present. There is no reportable action.
Thank you and good night.